10 signs you're gifted, and if you don't know it, it ruins your life. The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. Carl Jung. Welcome back to Spiritual Wisdom. Today, we're diving into 10 powerful signs. You're gifted signs that can shape your life in extraordinary ways if you finally recognize them. So many people walk through life unaware of their deeper abilities, their intuition, their emotional depth, or the unique inner vision that sets them apart. But once you understand these signs, you stop feeling different in a painful way and start seeing yourself through the lens of purpose, potential, and personal power. As you listen, ask yourself, which of these signs describe me? And before we begin, share in the comments. Which gift have you recently discovered about yourself? Your insights may inspire someone else on their journey of self-understanding. 1. You think in layers, not lines. You think in layers, not lines. And this is why your mind often feels different from everyone around you, as if it was designed to move vertically and horizontally at the same time, connecting meanings, patterns, and outcomes that others cannot see. Your thoughts unfold like ripples, expanding in every direction, where one idea triggers another insight, and that insight reveals an even deeper truth. This is not a skill you learned. It is an innate gift that has been with you since childhood, and it becomes especially powerful as you move further along your spiritual awakening. While most people process life step by step, you naturally move through it like a multi-dimensional map, noticing layers of energy, emotional cues, and hidden motives that others miss completely. In the journey of spirituality, this layered perception becomes a kind of inner compass, guiding you toward truth, even when the truth is uncomfortable. The challenge is that living in a surface-level world often pressures you to dull your own depth. You may have learned to pretend you don't notice certain patterns because others think you're reading too much into things. You may have hesitated to share your insights because people around you couldn't keep up with the speed or complexity of your thoughts. Over time, this can make you second-guess yourself, wondering whether you are overthinking, when in reality, you are simply seeing more than most people can process. Carl Jung often emphasized that the deeper layers of the psyche reveal themselves only to those who are willing to observe. And your layered thinking is one of the strongest signs that your mind is built for inner clarity, even if others misunderstand it. When someone tells you a story, you don't just hear words. You hear the emotional truth behind those words, the subtle inconsistencies, the unresolved wounds, and the future consequences waiting beneath the surface. You can sense when someone is conflicted even before they admit it to themselves, and you often predict how situations will unfold long before they happen. This ability makes you someone who understands the world through depth instead of appearance. But because this way of thinking is natural to you, you might assume it is natural for everyone else too, until you realize they are only seeing the top layer while you are quietly navigating the deeper 5 or 10 beneath it. This depth may cause you to feel disconnected at times, as if your mind is moving on a different frequency. Gifted thinkers often describe this inner experience as mentally layered, not chaotic, but richly structured, like several transparent sheets stacked on top of one another, each containing a different dimension of insight. You see emotional patterns inside conversations, social patterns inside groups, and energetic patterns inside relationships. You notice contradictions people don't recognize in themselves and sense truths they have not yet faced. This is not sensitivity. This is awareness of a higher order of perception that becomes sharper as your spirituality deepens. Yet this gift can become overwhelming when you lack people who understand it. You may hold back your clarity because you fear judgment or because explaining your thoughts feels exhausting. You may shrink your brilliance because you worry that others will misinterpret your depth as intensity. But your layered thinking is not a burden. It is a sign of inner intelligence, perception, and spiritual alignment. It is the mind of someone who is awakening, someone who was never meant to live on the surface of life, but to see through it. And the moment you stop questioning this part of yourself and start honoring it, everything from your relationships to your choices begins to shift toward authenticity and truth. If you feel this message speaks directly to your soul, repeat after me. I am gifted with depth and divine insight. I trust my layered mind to guide me toward my true purpose. 2. Your inner world feels more real than the outer one. Your inner world feels more real than the outer one when your mind becomes a vivid sanctuary filled with thoughts, insights, and emotions that carry more truth than the conversations or environments around you. This rich internal landscape often becomes the place where your spirituality deepens and your spiritual development unfolds, because you experience life not only with your senses, but also with your intuition, your symbolic thinking, and the quiet voice that speaks from within. You may notice that while others move through life reacting to whatever is in front of them, you navigate your days through layers of meaning, reflection, and inner clarity. As Carl Jung said, "Who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakens," reminding you that the more time you spend understanding your own inner universe, the more awake you truly become. Yet this awakening often creates a gap between you and the external world. When your thoughts are textured and your emotions are profound, normal social settings can feel flat, shallow, or disconnected, and you might start to feel invisible, as if the depth you carry inside has no place to land outside. In a room full of people, you may hear conversations buzzing around you, but still feel alone, not because you dislike people, but because the topics you crave truth, purpose, meaning, growth rarely appear in casual dialogue. This mismatch can make you wonder whether you are the strange one, when in reality, you are simply operating from a deeper level of awareness that most people never reach. Over time, the outer world may begin to feel like a faint echo compared to the richness of your inner experience. You may prefer solitude not out of avoidance, but because it is in solitude that your intuition becomes louder, your insights become clearer, and your sense of identity becomes stronger, guiding you toward people and experiences that align with your soul. This sensitivity makes you more aware of energy, intention, and emotional undercurrents. Because you process life so deeply, chaotic, loud, or superficial environments feel draining or meaningless, pushing you to retreat inward, where everything feels more aligned, more honest, and more you. And although this depth can sometimes bring moments of confusion or isolation, it is also the space where your greatest strengths are formed. Your creativity, your discernment, your emotional intelligence, and your spiritual maturity. The more you trust this inner world, the more you begin to reshape your outer world so it reflects your inner truth instead of contradicting it. This is the quiet journey of someone who is gifted on the inside. You live in a reality that most people cannot see. But this invisible reality holds your purpose, your growth, and your power. When you stop viewing your depth as a burden and start recognizing it as the key to who you were meant to be, your life begins to transform from the inside out. 3. You feel the weight of life more than others realize. You feel the weight of life more deeply than others realize because you do not simply experience emotions. You translate them, absorb them, and sense the layers beneath them. You notice the joy people try to hide, the sadness they refuse to name, the conflict they pretend isn't there. And this emotional depth is not exaggeration, but a sign of an inner intelligence that most people never develop. Carl Jung once said, "There is no light without shadow." And this truth lives inside you because your emotional sensitivity is the very thing that allows you to understand life on a level others cannot reach. Yet instead of being recognized as a strength, your depth is often dismissed, minimized, or misunderstood. People tell you that you are being dramatic, that you're thinking too much, that you're reading too far into things. And over time, those words teach you to silence yourself, to shrink, to hide the parts of you that feel too deeply, until the suppression turns into anxiety, emotional exhaustion, or self-doubt. When you walk into a room and feel its atmosphere before anyone speaks, that is not weakness, it is perception. When you sense someone's sadness beneath their smile or tension behind their calm voice, you aren't imagining anything. You are picking up the emotional truth that others overlook. You feel joy more intensely, heartbreak more sharply, and love more fully because you live through the layers, not just the surface. This sensitivity is a sign of spiritual awakening, a reminder that your soul was designed to perceive subtlety and depth. Spiritual wisdom teaches that emotions are messengers, guiding you back to yourself. And the fact that you feel so deeply means your inner compass is alive and alert. But you may have spent years trying to turn that compass off just to fit in with people who were not equipped to understand you. The world often rewards emotional detachment and calls it strength, while criticizing emotional depth and calling it instability. Because of this, you may have learned to hide your reactions, to act like things don't affect you, to pretend that you're fine even when your intuition is screaming inside you. This creates an internal split between what you feel and what you show, and that split becomes heavy over time, leaving you confused, drained, or overwhelmed. But nothing is wrong with you. You are simply living with a level of emotional awareness that others do not possess. You are not too much. You are simply tuned into the truth. You are not overly sensitive. You are awake. You are not imagining things. You are perceiving reality through a deeper, more conscious lens, just as Carl Jung described in his work on the intuitive and feeling types. Once you stop apologizing for your depth and start honoring it, everything changes. The weight you feel becomes understanding. The pain becomes clarity. The sensitivity becomes power. And the very emotions you once tried to suppress reveal themselves as the signs of a gifted soul navigating a world that has not yet learned how to feel as deeply as you do. Comment below, "I carry this depth with grace." If you know your sensitivity is your greatest gift and you're ready to embrace it fully. 4. You carry a capacity for depth that others can't follow. You carry a capacity for depth that others cannot follow. And this depth shapes the entire way you experience life, because your mind naturally moves beyond the surface and into the hidden layers of people, emotions, and meaning, sensing things that others overlook or avoid. You do not simply hear words, you feel the emotional vibrations beneath them, the unspoken wounds, the subtle shifts in tone, the places where someone's soul is reaching out, but their mind is holding back. And while this ability is a powerful sign of emotional intelligence and early spiritual awakening, it also becomes the very reason you often feel isolated. You give your full presence in every conversation, diving into sincerity, truth, and vulnerability. Yet many people are only comfortable living at the surface, where nothing is too intense, too honest, or too real. This mismatch creates a quiet, invisible distance, one that you sense but seldom explain, because part of you longs to be understood fully, while another part knows that few are willing or ready to meet you in the emotional and spiritual depth where you naturally exist. You begin to dim yourself to maintain connection, softening your intensity, hiding the insights you instantly perceive, pretending you do not notice the emotional truth behind someone's behavior. And although this helps you fit in, it slowly chips away at your authenticity. Each time you silence your inner knowing, your spirit contracts, and the distance between who you are and who you perform becomes painfully wider. This is not because something is wrong with you, but because your depth reveals what others are afraid to face: their own emotions, their own shadows, their own unprocessed experiences. And instead of embracing your insight, they retreat, leaving you with the impression that you are too much, when in reality, you are simply more attuned, more awake, and more spiritually aware than they are prepared to handle. Your gift allows you to see the deeper motives, patterns, and emotional landscapes in people long before they recognize them. And while this can feel overwhelming, it is actually a sign of heightened intuition and expanded consciousness. You sense truths that others are still unconscious of. You notice the tension someone hides behind a smile, and you feel the heaviness someone carries even when they claim to be fine. This makes you both magnetic and intimidating. People crave the way you understand them without explanation, yet they fear how clearly you see beyond their masks. You stand at the intersection between connection and confrontation, not because you cause conflict, but because your depth naturally exposes what is real. With time, you learn that not everyone can join you where you are. Not everyone is ready for the level of emotional honesty, spiritual presence, and inner truth that comes naturally to you. You realize that your depth is not meant to be diluted to keep others comfortable, because doing so only leaves you feeling spiritually disconnected from yourself. Your depth is a compass pointing you toward relationships that honor meaning over performance, truth over appearances, soul over ego. And as Carl Jung taught, the soul speaks in a language of depth, not surface, guiding you toward the people who can meet you in the emotional, psychological, and spiritual layers where your true self lives. In accepting this, you stop dimming your light and begin embracing the rare and beautiful gift of seeing the world and yourself in a way that only a spiritually awakened heart can. 5. You've always felt different. You've always felt different, carrying a subtle but persistent awareness that your inner world does not move in the same rhythm as the people around you. Not because you are superior, but because your perception, your sensitivity, and your inner purpose simply operate on a deeper, more introspective level. This quiet otherness feels like a soft vibration beneath your daily life, a knowing that you see, feel, and interpret experiences with a level of intensity that most people never reach. And although you may not have had the words for it, this difference has followed you for years, shaping how you connect, how you think, and how you move through the world. You notice details that others overlook. You sense emotions before anyone speaks them, and you absorb the atmosphere of a room in seconds. This is not an accident, but one of the earliest signs of a gifted soul who is wired for depth, awareness, and spiritual development. As Carl Jung said, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. And deep down, you've always known there is a version of you that doesn't match the surface-level expectations that society pushes onto everyone. Yet when this difference is misunderstood, neglected, or suppressed, it turns inward and becomes a quiet ache, making you feel detached from others, as if you are physically present but emotionally distant, drifting through your own life like a silent observer, watching everything but belonging nowhere. You may have tried to blend in, to dim your inner brilliance, or to pretend that you don't feel life as intensely as you do. But every time you do that, you create a split inside yourself, a gap between who you are and who you think you must be to be accepted. This inner conflict can make you feel like you are fading out of your own existence, living in a ghost-like state where you move, speak, and function, yet something essential within you remains unseen, unexpressed, or unacknowledged. But the truth is that this difference, this otherness, is not a flaw. It is the spiritual sensitivity that has always guided your growth, your insight, and your connection to something larger than the physical world. It shows up as intuition, emotional depth, heightened awareness, and a natural desire to understand life at its core rather than its surface. And while this sensitivity sometimes leads to loneliness or misunderstanding, it is also the source of your greatest strength, your spiritual wisdom, and your ability to recognize truths that others are not ready to see. You were never meant to move through life on a shallow frequency. Your soul was designed to feel deeply, to question sincerely, and to evolve through experiences that awaken you rather than numb you. So instead of resisting this inner difference, allow it to guide you toward the spaces, people, and experiences that honor your nature. Your otherness is a compass, not a curse. It is the beginning of your authenticity, the core of your spirituality, and the spark that pushes you toward a life lived consciously instead of automatically. And when you finally embrace the depth you carry, you stop living like a shadow in your own life and begin returning to yourself with clarity, confidence, and purpose. If you've always felt different and sense there's a deeper purpose behind it, don't hesitate to like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments below. Let's embrace our uniqueness together and awaken our true spiritual gifts. 6. You see potential in others, but doubt your own. You see potential in others so clearly, almost effortlessly, as if your mind is wired to recognize greatness before it even fully forms. Yet when you turn that gaze inward, everything becomes blurry, uncertain, or strangely out of reach. And this contradiction often leaves you feeling like you're living beneath your true capabilities. You can look at someone struggling and instantly notice their hidden strength, their untapped brilliance, the qualities they have not yet learned to trust. And you speak to them with clarity and conviction because you genuinely believe in what they can become. But when it comes to your own path, your own gifts feel vague or undefined, as if they are too big, too complex, or too overwhelming for you to claim. This is why you hesitate, overthink, or even freeze, not because you lack ability, but because the vastness of your inner vision intimidates you in ways other people will never understand. Carl Jung once said, "Your vision will become clear only when you can look into your own heart." And that is exactly where your struggle begins. Your heart knows you are capable of more, yet your mind doubts whether you're ready to step into the fullness of that truth. Gifted people often face this paradox. They carry a deep intuitive sensitivity that allows them to see potential everywhere except in themselves, because their inner standards are impossibly high, and nothing they do ever feels enough compared to the future they imagine. You feel this tension daily, the sense that your life is meant to be bigger, deeper, more aligned, but you're unsure how to get there. Unsure how to trust the greatness you can sense but not fully touch. You may even encourage others with confidence because supporting someone else feels safe, while believing in yourself feels risky, as if stepping into your potential could expose you to judgment, failure, or expectations you fear you won't meet. Yet this ability to see what others cannot is not random. It is a reflection of your own spiritual wisdom, the same inner light you use to uplift others shining inside you, waiting to be recognized instead of dismissed. The only difference is that you allow other people's greatness to exist, but you question your own. You forget that the clarity you offer others is a mirror of the clarity you possess. You overlook the fact that the potential you sense in others is actually a projection of the potential within you. And the more you ignore your gifts, the heavier your inner conflict becomes, creating that quiet sense of living below your purpose, as if you are a few steps behind the life that truly belongs to you. Deep down, you already know that your hesitation is not weakness. It is the weight of an unlived life, the pressure of dreams you haven't stepped into yet, the call of a future self you have not allowed yourself to trust. You were never meant to stay small. The vision inside you feels large because you are large. The path feels overwhelming because you are aligned with something greater than you realize. And the same encouragement you offer others so naturally is the exact medicine you need to give yourself. The courage to believe in your own potential with the same conviction you extend to everyone else. 7. You outgrow people and environments quickly. You outgrow people and environments quickly because your inner world evolves at a pace most around you cannot follow. And when your spirit expands this rapidly, the spaces, relationships, and routines that once felt comforting begin to feel tight, like clothing 2 sizes too small. What used to energize you now leaves you restless, and conversations that once felt meaningful now fall flat because your mind and heart crave depth, honesty, and alignment. This shift isn't arrogance or impatience. It's the natural consequence of a soul moving through a powerful stage of transformation. where your spirituality rises and your sense of self becomes sharper, clearer, and more awakened. You start noticing that the environments you once accepted no longer match your inner frequency, and staying in them begins to feel like forcing your spirit into a box it has already broken open from. As this rapid inner evolution unfolds, you may look around and realize you've moved forward while others remain exactly where they were. And that difference in pace quietly stretches the connections between you. People you loved may suddenly feel unfamiliar, not because anything dramatic happened, but because you are no longer meeting them at the same emotional or spiritual level. Carl Jung wrote, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." And when you're gifted with accelerated growth, every part of your life starts to reconfigure around that truth. The more you awaken, the more the old versions of yourself dissolve, and the more you feel the subtle tension of being called into a life that's bigger than the one you're trying to hold together. Staying connected to people and environments you've outgrown becomes exhausting because your future self is pulling you forward while your current surroundings keep pulling you backward. This is when fragmentation begins, when parts of you start stretching in opposite directions. You feel guilty for drifting away, yet suffocated when you try to stay. You want to remain loyal to the past, yet your inner voice keeps whispering that your next chapter requires a different kind of space, energy, and truth. This internal friction grows stronger the more you try to silence it, creating emotional fatigue, spiritual heaviness, or a sense of being out of place, even in familiar settings. You may notice your intuition becoming louder, urging you to honor the evolution happening within, reminding you that your growth is not a betrayal of others, but a commitment to yourself. What hurts most is not the outgrowing, it's the resistance. When you suppress your growth just to maintain connection, when you dim your light to avoid standing out, when you pretend to fit where you no longer belong, you end up abandoning the very self you are becoming. And that abandonment creates a deeper loneliness than walking away ever could. You feel disconnected, not because you're lost, but because you're staying somewhere your soul has already left. You feel fragmented because every time you shrink to keep the peace, you divide yourself into pieces to be who others need instead of who you truly are. The environments that once felt safe begin to feel like barriers, and you realize that your spirit can no longer breathe in spaces built for a smaller version of you. Yet this pattern, outgrowing people and environments quickly, isn't a flaw. It's evidence of a consciousness rising, a spiritual awakening unfolding, and a destiny calling you into higher alignment. You are not breaking connections. You are breaking limits. You are not abandoning a life that fitted, stopped fitting. And the moment you stop denying this truth, your inner world begins to realign. Your energy becomes lighter, and your path becomes clearer, because you finally understand that growth is not something to apologize for, but something to honor. Leave a like and subscribe to our channel, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss powerful insights like this. Keep evolving and attracting growth into your life. Type in the comments, "I am ready to rise beyond my old limits." 8. Your identity is constantly evolving. Your identity is constantly evolving because who you are is not a fixed, frozen idea, but a living process that keeps unfolding as you move through life. Even if no one has ever said this to you, you feel it every time a part of you shifts, expands, or outgrows something you once thought defined you. You experience identity as something fluid and alive, growing with your experiences and tightening when you try to squeeze yourself into a box that was never meant for you. Yet society keeps insisting that you must choose one label, one role, one identity, and remain loyal to it forever, as if your soul were a statue instead of a river. The moment you try to comply with these expectations, you begin to feel a quiet disconnect inside, like you're wearing a mask that hides your true self. This inner tension grows stronger every time you silence your truth just to avoid confusing others or disrupting the version of you they're comfortable with. You might notice this discomfort in subtle ways. The career that once made you proud now feels too small. The relationships that once grounded you now feel misaligned, or the beliefs that once guided you now seem outdated. Even when you sense the need to evolve, fear can still hold you back. Fear of disappointing people, fear of seeming inconsistent, or fear of stepping into the unknown. But you were never meant to stay the same, and every season of your life calls you toward becoming a deeper, truer version of yourself. Real suffering begins when you resist this natural movement. It doesn't come from change itself. It comes from denying your need to transform. Your soul asks for expansion, while the world asks for predictability, and you become stuck between the two. This is where spirituality and spiritual development guide you back to yourself. They remind you that your identity is not supposed to be static. It is meant to reflect your inner growth, your lessons, your healing, and your wisdom. When you stop resisting your evolution, you step out of the version of yourself that no longer fits and return to authenticity. You begin to see that every past identity was not a mistake. It was simply a chapter, not a prison. Allowing yourself to grow does not betray who you were. It honors who you are becoming. And the deeper message in all of this is simple. Give yourself permission to evolve. Release outdated labels without guilt. Trust the quiet pull toward your next chapter, even if others do not understand it. Your identity is not a destination, but a journey of continuous becoming. And every version of you is a meaningful part of your path. 9. You're haunted by the search for meaning. You're haunted by the search for meaning because your inner world refuses to accept a life built on shallow routines, empty conversations, or roles that do not honor your purpose. You feel suffocated the moment something becomes superficial. And it's not because you're difficult, it's because your spirit has always been wired for depth. As Carl Jung once said, your vision will become clear only when you can look into your own heart. And you are someone who constantly looks inward, trying to understand why certain environments drain you, or why certain choices feel wrong even before you can explain them. You sense misalignment instantly, and when it happens, your soul reacts with dissatisfaction, burnout, or quiet restlessness, urging you to stop pretending and return to what feels true. This inner discomfort isn't emotional instability, it's spiritual wisdom, reminding you that your life cannot be reduced to survival or routine. When a job lacks purpose, you feel your energy dimming day by day. When a relationship lacks emotional truth, you feel yourself disconnecting even if everything looks fine on the surface. When a lifestyle lacks meaning, you feel as though you're living someone else's life instead of your own. This sensitivity to meaning is not a flaw, it's a compass. And though the world often tells you to be practical, something in you refuses to abandon depth because your soul knows that settling is a quiet form of dying. Jung described this beautifully when he said, "The sole purpose of human existence is to kindle a light in the darkness of mere being." And that is exactly what you're trying to do. Light your own way through a world that often chooses comfort over truth. You've always noticed that when you ignore your purpose, everything inside you begins to malfunction. Your motivation collapses, your emotions tighten, your body grows heavy, and your spirit withdraws. You don't simply get bored, you spiritually dehydrate. Nothing feels satisfying, even if life looks stable from the outside, because something essential within you has gone silent. And when you finally hear that silence, it hurts. It keeps you awake at night. It pushes you to question everything: your work, your choices, your relationships, your direction. This questioning isn't chaos, it's awakening. It's your inner self trying to pull you back into alignment before you drift too far from who you truly are. You want more than comfort. You want connection, resonance, and authenticity. You want relationships where conversations feel alive. You want work that matters. You want a life that feels like you are growing into your potential instead of shrinking into expectations. And although this makes your journey more intense, it also makes it more meaningful. Not everyone feels life this deeply, but you do. Not everyone notices when their soul is starving, but you do. Not everyone is brave enough to seek purpose, but you are. And that is why your restlessness is not a curse, but a calling. If this message resonates with you, don't forget to like and subscribe for more spiritual wisdom and Carl Jung insights. And if you're still here, comment below. I'm searching for meaning, to remind yourself that your soul's quest has a purpose. Your words help us connect with kindred spirits like you. 10. Your inner growth outpaces your outer life. You've grown so much inside that your current life can no longer contain who you are becoming. And this inner expansion shows up as an ache you cannot ignore, a quiet pressure that follows you through every routine, reminding you that you were meant for something deeper, fuller, and more aligned. Your thoughts stretch far beyond the limits of your daily conversations. Your heart longs for purpose while the world around you settles for comfort. And your soul keeps whispering that you have outgrown environments, expectations, and versions of yourself that once felt normal. Instead of feeling like potential, this growth begins to feel like heaviness, because you can sense the life inside you that has not yet been lived. You know you are capable of more, but fear, responsibility, and the rules society hands you make you hesitate, pulling you back into patterns that no longer fit. Carl Jung warned that when your inner world evolves faster than your outer reality, the psyche begins to split. And this fracture shows up in the very symptoms you struggle with: burnout that drains your spirit, numbness that dulls your joy, procrastination that makes you question your discipline, and an existential fatigue that settles in your bones even after a full night of sleep. What feels like lack of motivation is actually resistance to a life that no longer matches who you are on the inside. You are not lazy. you are misaligned. Your spirit is refusing to shrink itself back into a shape it has already outgrown. As your spirituality deepens and your spiritual awakening accelerates, your awareness sharpens in ways you can no longer turn off. You begin to see clearly which relationships drain you, which routines suffocate you, and which choices no longer reflect your truth. You notice yourself becoming quieter, not because you have nothing to say, but because small talk feels empty, and your inner world is too rich to be expressed in spaces that lack depth. You crave meaning, healing, creation, and freedom, but your current environment may still demand performance, conformity, and predictability. This clash between the inner self and the outer life creates a tension that follows you everywhere. And yet, the more conscious you become, the harder it is to stay in situations you have long outgrown. Jung once said that there is no coming to consciousness without pain, and the pain you feel is simply the friction between your soul's evolution and the life you are still living out of habit. You sense that you are no longer motivated by approval, routine, or safety. Instead, you crave alignment, authenticity, and depth. That inner fire that used to feel like potential now feels like pressure, because your soul is trying to move you forward, even while your circumstances hold you in place. But this discomfort is not a sign of failure. It is proof that you are growing faster than your reality can keep up. Many gifted, sensitive, and intuitive individuals experience this exact tension when their inner world matures ahead of their outer choices. You are not behind. You are ahead of your own timeline. The anxiety, exhaustion, and restlessness you feel are simply signals that it is time to step into a life that reflects your true self more honestly. When you begin to make small, courageous choices that align with who you are becoming, setting boundaries, honoring your values, choosing environments that nourish your mind and spirit, the pressure starts to transform into momentum. The burnout softens, the numbness fades, and your energy returns because your inner and outer worlds finally begin to move in the same direction. This is not a punishment, but an invitation to step into the life your soul has been quietly building within you, and to allow your spirituality and spiritual awakening to guide you toward a reality that matches the depth, maturity, and truth of who you really are. At the end of the day, recognizing your gifts is not about ego. It's about awakening to who you truly are. When you understand your inner strength, your sensitivity, your intuition, and your depth, life stops feeling like a burden and begins to feel like a path you were meant to walk. As Carl Jung reminded us, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. Your gifts are not accidents. They are signposts pointing you back to your purpose. If this message spoke to you, don't forget to like this video, share it with someone who needs it, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Make sure to turn on the notification bell so you never miss our upcoming insights on self-discovery, healing, and awakening. Your journey is just beginning, and we're honored to walk it with you. The psychology of the ignored child. The most terrifying thing is to accept oneself completely. Carl Jung. In today's video on the psychology of the ignored child, we explore how childhood silence shapes adult self-worth, emotional patterns, and the way we move through the world. If you've ever felt invisible, overlooked, or unsure whether you deserve attention, This message will help you understand why, and more importantly, how to reclaim your inner power. As you listen, I invite you to reflect on your own journey and consider how these principles can bring more healing, growth, and happiness into your daily life. And before we dive deep, let me know in the comments, have you ever felt ignored during childhood? And how has it shaped you today? Your voice matters here on Spiritual Wisdom. 1. Early neglect wires the brain to expect rejection. Early neglect wires the brain to expect rejection, shaping a child's inner world long before they have the words to describe their pain. When a child is consistently ignored, their nervous system adapts to emotional scarcity, training them to survive without the warmth, presence, or acknowledgement that every developing mind needs. They begin forming what psychologists call an internalized neglect schema, a deep belief that their needs are burdens, their feelings are inconvenient, and their existence takes up too much space. This belief is not chosen. It is absorbed through repeated silence. Every unanswered cry, every moment of emotional absence becomes a quiet lesson written into the child's identity. Stay small. Stay quiet. Do not expect to be seen. As these experiences repeat, the child learns that reaching out leads to disappointment, so they retreat inward, carrying a fear that their voice will always be dismissed. They grow into adults who anticipate rejection even in safe environments, walking into rooms as though they must shrink, entering relationships with the instinct to tiptoe around their own needs, and doubting their worth even when they accomplish something meaningful. Instead of feeling proud, they wait for their success to be overlooked because invisibility feels familiar, almost natural. This emotional blueprint becomes their unconscious map for navigating life. It shapes their friendships, influences their romantic choices, and determines the level of love they allow themselves to receive. Yet beneath this pattern lies a spiritual truth that echoes through many teachings on spirituality and spiritual awakening. The child did not become silent because they lacked value, but because silence was the safest response to a world that did not know how to hold them. Their sensitivity, depth, intuition, and emotional awareness qualities that could have blossomed in a nurturing environment became internal shadows they learned to hide. What they perceive as flaws or weaknesses are often the very signs of a soul that feels deeply, observes quietly, and carries an inner richness that was never mirrored back to them in childhood. On the path of healing, adults who were ignored as children begin to notice how this early neglect still echoes through their choices. They may avoid asking for help, fearing they will be dismissed. They may downplay their emotions, believing they are too much. They may struggle with vulnerability because being unseen taught them to guard their inner world fiercely. But as they grow more aware of these patterns, they realize that their silence was a survival strategy, not a reflection of their worth. This awareness becomes a turning point, a moment when the soul begins to remember itself. And this remembering is the essence of spiritual awakening. It is the slow, gentle process of reclaiming the voice they were forced to hide, allowing themselves to take up space, and understanding that being seen is not a luxury, but a human need. It is the shift from believing my needs are burdens to recognizing my needs are valid. It is the transformation from invisibility into presence. When they finally see that the neglect they endured was never a measure of their value. They begin to heal the silent wounds that shaped them and step into a life where they are allowed to speak, to feel, and to be fully seen. If this message speaks to your heart and you're ready to break the cycle of early rejection, repeat after me. I deserve love. I deserve attention. And I am rewriting my story today. 2. Emotional neglect leaves invisible wounds that shape adulthood. Emotional neglect leaves invisible wounds that quietly shape the way you move through the world. Because when a child grows up unheard and unseen, they learn to survive by dimming their own light, minimizing their needs, and convincing themselves that silence is safer than honesty. Unlike physical abuse, emotional neglect often goes unnoticed, but is just as damaging, and you may carry its impact without realizing that the anxiety you feel, the low self-worth that shadows your confidence, or the disconnection you sense in relationships, all trace back to those early moments when your emotions were dismissed. As a child, you taught yourself to become small, not because you lacked strength, but because no one showed you that your feelings mattered. And so you adapted by hiding your true self, suppressing your needs, and building an inner world where expressing emotion felt like a burden. Over time, this becomes a deep pattern, a quiet script your mind learned to follow, telling you that wanting care is asking too much, that speaking up is risky, and that your presence should take up as little space as possible. And as you grow older, that early silence becomes a form of armor, one that makes you second-guess your worth, apologize too often, or pull away the moment someone tries to get close. Carl Jung captured this truth when he said, "The most terrifying thing is to accept oneself completely, because acceptance feels terrifying for someone who was taught through neglect to hide their own heart." You might feel uncomfortable when someone finally pays attention to you, not because you don't want connection, but because your nervous system was trained to expect neglect, not care. This pattern doesn't mean you are broken. It means you adapted to survive. It means your body learned to shut down rather than risk more disappointment. And your mind learned to stay quiet because it was safer than hoping for something better. Yet this awareness becomes the beginning of spirituality and spiritual development, a gentle return to the parts of yourself you once abandoned just to make it through. The numbness you sometimes feel isn't the absence of emotion. It's the shield you built to protect a heart no one protected for you. But now, as an adult, you can begin to soften that shield, to listen to the emotions you used to silence, and to give yourself the understanding you never received. You can learn to speak your needs without shame, to choose relationships where you are truly seen, and to trust that your feelings deserve space. Healing emotional neglect is not about blaming the past. It is about rewriting the inner script that tells you you're too much, too needy, or too sensitive. It is about replacing self-doubt with self-compassion, replacing fear with awareness, and allowing spirituality to guide you back to your own worth. And as you keep walking this path, remember the quiet lessons you were never taught, that your emotions are valid even when others ignored them, that needing connection does not make you a burden, that your voice deserves to be heard, and that every step you take toward emotional honesty is a step toward becoming whole again. 3. Being unseen disrupts identity formation. Being unseen quietly disrupts the very core of identity formation, because when a child grows up without emotional mirroring, they are left wandering through their inner world without a compass, unsure of who they are and unsure of how to interpret what they feel. Carl Jung once said, "The most terrifying thing is to accept oneself completely." Yet an ignored child never even gets the chance to meet themselves fully, because no one reflected their emotions back to them in a way that made sense. You might not realize this while it is happening, but every moment of being overlooked becomes a silent message. Your feelings don't matter. Your voice doesn't matter. Your presence isn't important. And slowly, this message becomes a belief, then a habit, and eventually a personality. As you move through life with this invisible wound, you may find that self-doubt follows you everywhere. Not because you lack talent or strength, but because childhood taught you to question the legitimacy of your own experiences. When you were ignored long enough, your mind adapted by shrinking your needs, by suppressing your emotions, by convincing you that staying quiet was the safest choice. Psychologists call this internalized neglect. But spiritual wisdom reveals something deeper. When the soul is denied recognition, it begins to fracture, creating a fragile self-image that craves validation but feels unworthy of receiving it. That is why so many ignored children grow into adults who apologize for existing, who hide their accomplishments, who struggle to set boundaries, and who feel invisible even in crowded rooms. Jung understood this intimately, reminding us that loneliness does not come from being alone, but from being unable to communicate the things that matter. And this is exactly the prison an ignored child grows up inside, knowing they feel deeply, but never believing it is safe to express it. With each year, the patterns formed in silence become the script you unknowingly perform. You downplay your emotions because you once learned they would be dismissed. You hesitate to ask for help because you were taught you wouldn't receive it. You stay small because no one showed you how to take up space. And it isn't weakness, it is survival. The child who learned they were invisible simply became an adult who still doesn't know how to be seen. Inside, you lives that younger self, still carrying the belief that attention is dangerous, that needs are burdens, that love must be earned through silence and compliance. But the truth is that your soul was never meant to be diminished. You were never meant to live behind the shadow of neglect. And when you finally begin to understand how these wounds were formed, you also begin to see the path back to yourself, reclaiming the feelings you buried, acknowledging the worth you were denied, and giving yourself the validation, presence, and compassion that no one offered you when you needed it most. If this message resonates with you, declare it with confidence in the comments. I deserve to be seen, heard, and valued. 4. Coping mechanisms can appear as strengths, but hide pain. Coping mechanisms often look like strengths on the surface, but beneath them lies a quiet ache that began in childhood, when being ignored taught you that the only way to feel safe was to outperform your pain. Even though these traits make you appear capable and composed, they are rooted in wounds that were never given space to heal. Hyper-independence grows from a childhood where asking for help led to disappointment, teaching you that you must handle everything alone. People admire your self-sufficiency, but they do not see the exhaustion that comes from never feeling safe enough to lean on anyone. Perfectionism forms in the same silence, convincing you that if you do everything right, never cause problems, never show weakness, never make mistakes, then maybe you will finally be valued. Yet no matter how flawless you become, the fear of being overlooked lingers because the perfection was never for joy, only for survival. People-pleasing develops as a final layer of protection, shaping you into someone who bends around the needs and expectations of others. You become agreeable, helpful, and endlessly available because once long ago, wanting love or attention made you feel like a burden. So you learn to abandon yourself before anyone else could abandon you. Over time, these behaviors sink beyond personality into your nervous system, influencing how you breathe, how you walk into a room, and how you constantly scan for rejection before you even speak. This constant vigilance keeps you stuck in a loop where you overperform, overgive, and overthink, hoping someone will finally notice the pain beneath your strength. Yet the moment you recognize these behaviors as protective responses from a younger version of you who did their best to survive, something within you softens. This softening is the early step of spirituality and spiritual awakening, because healing is not only a mental process, it is a reunion with the forgotten child inside who still longs to be seen without conditions. With awareness, you begin questioning the old rules that once governed your life. The belief that you must earn love through silence, perfection, or usefulness. Slowly, you start practicing gentle acts of rebellion against these outdated beliefs by saying no without guilt, asking for help without shame, resting without apologizing, and allowing yourself to be imperfect without fear. Each of these small choices is you learning to love yourself differently than the world once loved you. Over time, the coping mechanisms that once hid your pain begin to transform into healthier strengths. Your independence becomes self-trust instead of isolation. Your kindness becomes compassion instead of self-erasure. Your attention to detail becomes grounded excellence instead of anxious striving. By healing the ignored child within, you do not erase your past, you rewrite its meaning. You show your younger self that they were never too much or too unimportant to be noticed, and you build a life where your strength comes not from fear, but from love, awareness, and the deep inner safety you are finally learning to give yourself. 5. The ignored child becomes the invisible adult. The ignored child becomes the invisible adult. And when you have carried that silence for so many years, it shapes the way you move through life, quietly teaching you to dim parts of yourself just to feel safe. You may downplay your achievements without realizing it, brushing aside praise because being celebrated still feels foreign. And you may swallow your emotions out of habit, fearing that expressing them will lead to rejection the way it once did. You walk into conversations trying not to take up space. You hesitate before asking for help because your childhood taught you that needing anything made you a burden. And even in moments surrounded by others, you might feel a hollow emptiness inside, born not from loneliness, but from unmet needs that were never acknowledged when you were young. This inner emptiness can follow you into adulthood, influencing the jobs you choose, the relationships you accept, and the way you think about yourself. And without awareness, you may continue the cycle by ignoring your own feelings in the same way others overlooked you. Yet, the deeper truth is that this pattern is not a flaw in you, but a survival response that once helped you adapt to an environment where your emotional world had no place to land. The brain wires itself around what it repeatedly experiences, and when the experience is neglect, the mind learns to expect it, shaping beliefs that whisper, "Do not ask, do not feel, do not need." This is where spirituality and spiritual development begin to offer a path forward, inviting you to meet yourself with compassion instead of criticism, and to understand your wounds not as permanent scars, but as parts of your story that can be rewritten. When you begin to see your life as a journey of inner growth, rather than a reflection of what others failed to give you, you can begin nurturing the child within who longed for comfort and connection, offering yourself the warmth, patience, and attention you once needed so deeply. Through daily practice, you can slowly undo the inner pattern of invisibility by choosing small but powerful acts of self-recognition, pausing when you feel yourself shrinking, placing a hand over your heart when old fears resurface, or gently speaking truth into your own mind. My needs matter, my emotions are real, and I deserve to be seen. Over time, these moments become a new foundation, one where you no longer wait to disappear, but learn to take up space with confidence, honesty, and self-respect. The lesson you carry forward is clear. You are not the ignored child anymore, and you no longer need to silence yourself to feel safe. You are allowed to grow, allowed to heal, and allowed to step into a life where your presence is honored by others, and most importantly, by you. Leave your like and subscribe to our channel. And remember to turn on the notification bell so you never miss powerful insights like this. If this message resonates with you, type in the comments, "I am no longer invisible. I honor my worth." 6. Acknowledgement is a psychological necessity, not a luxury. You have to understand something fundamental. Acknowledgement is not a luxury in the life of a child. It is a psychological necessity that shapes the very foundation of identity. And when Carl Jung taught that the greatest burden a child must bear is the unlived life of the parents, he was pointing directly at the silent wounds that form when a child grows up emotionally unseen. When you were small, you didn't just need food or shelter. You needed safety, stimulation, and connection. And connection was the heartbeat of your developing mind, because it told you, in the most subtle spiritual wisdom, that you existed in someone else's world. When that acknowledgement was missing, the absence did not simply fade. It shaped your brain, it shaped your sense of worth, and it shaped what you believed about love. Research shows that without consistent emotional recognition, neural pathways develop in a way that prepares a child for neglect rather than support. And slowly, quietly, you begin to expect dismissal everywhere you go. A child who is not acknowledged learns to shrink long before they learn to speak. They walk into rooms already assuming that their presence is too much. They enter friendships feeling like a burden, and they grow into adulthood carrying an unconscious script that whispers, "Stay small so you don't get hurt." You may not notice it, but this becomes a lifelong pattern. You second-guess your ideas, you question your worth, and you celebrate nothing because you anticipate that no one will notice anyway. And this is not because you lack confidence. It is because your nervous system was taught that invisibility equals safety. and that emotional silence is easier than emotional rejection. Psychologists call this internalized neglect a schema, a mental blueprint created from repeated experiences of being overlooked. Over time, you learn not to ask for love, not to expect understanding, and not to believe that your needs matter. You grow up thinking that emotional connection is something other people deserve, not you. This is how the ignored child becomes the anxious adult, or the emotionally distant adult, or the high-functioning but deeply tired adult who carries wounds no one else sees. And yet, Carl Jung's teachings remind you that the shadow is not your enemy. It is the part of you that holds every unmet need, every silenced emotion, every truth you were afraid to claim, and it waits patiently until you are strong enough to turn toward it. When you look at this through the lens of spiritual wisdom, you realize something transformative. The ignored child inside you does not want attention. They want recognition. They want to be acknowledged the way they never were. They want someone finally to say, "You mattered then, and you matter now." And when you give yourself that acknowledgement, you begin a spiritual awakening, a return to wholeness. Because healing is not about changing the past, but about changing the meaning the past left inside you. You start rewiring your brain, soothing your nervous system, and rebuilding the emotional muscles that were never given the chance to grow. You step out of invisibility not because someone finally saw you, but because you learned to see yourself. 7. Healing begins with self-recognition and small acts of validation. Healing begins with self-recognition and the small, quiet acts of validating your own inner world. Because when you finally pause long enough to notice your emotions, your needs, and even your smallest victories, you begin giving yourself what no one ever gave that ignored child you once were. Transformation unfolds the moment you acknowledge the truth that your feelings were real all along. And by naming what you feel, instead of suppressing it, you slowly dismantle the old belief that your needs were a burden. As you gently turn toward yourself, spirituality becomes something lived rather than imagined, and your spiritual awakening deepens each time you consciously offer yourself the compassion you never received. This offering might look simple, a moment of rest when your body whispers for it, a small celebration of a quiet win, or a soft reminder that your worth does not depend on how much you endure. And with every one of these choices, you teach your nervous system that it no longer needs to brace for dismissal or rejection. Speaking up becomes an act of reclaiming yourself, because every time you say what you truly feel, you rewrite the old pattern that taught you to stay silent to stay safe. Setting boundaries becomes a sacred responsibility, not an act of rebellion, as you let your mind and body relearn what safety feels like. Affirming your worth retrains the part of you that once believed love had to be earned through self-sacrifice. And with each boundary you hold, each truth you speak, each moment you choose not to abandon yourself, you send a new message to your inner child. You are seen. You are worthy. You matter. Over time, these consistent acts of self-respect merge into a profound energetic shift, reminding you that your healing is not only psychological, it's spiritual. And as you continue honoring your needs rather than shrinking them, you discover that the ignored child within you does not disappear. Instead, they rise with you, learning step by step what it feels like to be protected, valued, and finally loved by the one person who is meant to show up all along you. If this message helped you understand how healing begins with self-recognition and small acts of validation, take a moment to support our work by liking this video and subscribing to Spiritual Wisdom. And if you're ready to start honoring your own worth, comment below. I choose to validate myself. Your voice helps us create content that truly serves you. 8. Breaking the silence creates generational change. Breaking the silence creates generational change. Because when you have lived through childhood neglect, you carry an inner world shaped by moments where your needs were dismissed, your voice was overlooked, and your presence felt invisible. Yet that same wound often becomes the birthplace of extraordinary empathy. You move through life hyper-aware of others' feelings, sensing subtle shifts in tone or energy, because you once had to read the emotional weather just to feel safe. And this sensitivity, although born from pain, becomes a quiet superpower that guides your healing and your spirituality. You may hesitate to speak up or take up space, still expecting someone to ignore you. But with each step toward therapy, self-reflection, or conscious parenting, you are breaking the old pattern that told you your needs did not matter. This healing journey is not just personal, it is a form of spiritual development, because the moment you acknowledge your hurt, you reclaim your inner light, the part of you that always knew you deserved care, attention, and love. As you grow, you begin to understand that the child who was ignored learned to stay silent, not because they were weak, but because silence was survival. And now, as an adult, every act of self-expression becomes an act of rebellion against the past. You learn to name your emotions, to set boundaries, to say no when you need to. And each choice rewires the old belief that you are a burden. When you choose conscious parenting, whether with your own children or your own inner child, you refuse to repeat what hurt you, offering presence where there was once absence, offering patience where there was once dismissal, and offering tenderness where there was once confusion. And just like that, the cycle of emotional neglect begins to crumble, replaced by awareness, compassion, and connection. This transformation matters because healing yourself is not just about correcting the past, it is about shaping the future. When you allow yourself to be seen, when you speak the truth that was once locked inside you, when you let yourself receive the love you used to push away, you brighten the path for the next generation. You show them what emotional safety feels like, what visibility feels like, what unconditional support feels like. The ignored child you once were becomes the healer, the guide, the cycle breaker, proving that generational wounds can be rewritten. And from this journey emerge powerful lessons. You are allowed to exist fully. Your boundaries are valid. Your voice matters. Your sensitivity is strength. Seeking support is courage. And choosing healing is choosing a new lineage. Through this inner work, you become living evidence that silence does not have to be inherited, and that a neglected beginning can transform into a legacy of awareness, emotional wholeness, and spiritual awakening. In the end, the psychology of the ignored child reminds us that silence shapes the soul just as powerfully as words. When a child grows up unseen, they often learn to doubt their worth, to shrink themselves, and to expect neglect even long after childhood has passed. But awareness is the beginning of healing. When you recognize these patterns within yourself, you reclaim the right to be heard, to take up space, and to receive love without apology. If this message spoke to you, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss our upcoming videos. Your journey of healing and awakening continues here. The psychology of the ignored child. The most terrifying thing is to accept oneself completely. Carl Jung. In today's video on the psychology of the ignored child, we explore how childhood silence shapes adult self-worth, emotional patterns, and the way we move through the world. If you've ever felt invisible, overlooked, or unsure whether you deserve attention, this message will help you understand why, and more importantly, how to reclaim your inner power. As you listen, I invite you to reflect on your own journey and consider how these principles can bring more healing, growth, and happiness into your daily life. And before we dive deep, let me know in the comments, have you ever felt ignored during childhood? And how has it shaped you today? Your voice matters here on Spiritual Wisdom. 1. Early neglect wires the brain to expect rejection. Early neglect wires the brain to expect rejection, shaping a child's inner world long before they have the words to describe their pain. When a child is consistently ignored, their nervous system adapts to emotional scarcity, training them to survive without the warmth, presence, or acknowledgement that every developing mind needs. They begin forming what psychologists call an internalized neglect schema, a deep belief that their needs are burdens, their feelings are inconvenient, and their existence takes up too much space. This belief is not chosen. It is absorbed through repeated silence. Every unanswered cry, every moment of emotional absence becomes a quiet lesson written into the child's identity. Stay small. Stay quiet. Do not expect to be seen. As these experiences repeat, the child learns that reaching out leads to disappointment, so they retreat inward, carrying a fear that their voice will always be dismissed. They grow into adults who anticipate rejection even in safe environments, walking into rooms as though they must shrink, entering relationships with the instinct to tiptoe around their own needs, and doubting their worth even when they accomplish something meaningful. Instead of feeling proud, They wait for their success to be overlooked because invisibility feels familiar, almost natural. This emotional blueprint becomes their unconscious map for navigating life. It shapes their friendships, influences their romantic choices, and determines the level of love they allow themselves to receive. Yet beneath this pattern lies a spiritual truth that echoes through many teachings on spirituality and spiritual awakening. The child did not become silent because they lacked value, but because silence was the safest response to a world that did not know how to hold them. Their sensitivity, depth, intuition, and emotional awareness qualities that could have blossomed in a nurturing environment became internal shadows they learned to hide. What they perceive as flaws or weaknesses are often the very signs of a soul that feels deeply, observes quietly, and carries an inner richness that was never mirrored back to them in childhood. On the path of healing, adults who were ignored as children begin to notice how this early neglect still echoes through their choices. They may avoid asking for help, fearing they will be dismissed. They may downplay their emotions, believing they are too much. They may struggle with vulnerability because being unseen taught them to guard their inner world fiercely. But as they grow more aware of these patterns, they realize that their silence was a survival strategy, not a reflection of their worth. This awareness becomes a turning point, a moment when the soul begins to remember itself. And this remembering is the essence of spiritual awakening. It is the slow, gentle process of reclaiming the voice they were forced to hide, allowing themselves to take up space, and understanding that being seen is not a luxury, but a human need. It is the shift from believing my needs are burdens to recognizing my needs are valid. It is the transformation from invisibility into presence. When they finally see that the neglect they endured was never a measure of their value, they begin to heal the silent wounds that shaped them and step into a life where they are allowed to speak, to feel, and to be fully seen. If this message speaks to your heart and you're ready to break the cycle of early rejection, repeat after me. I deserve love. I deserve attention. And I am rewriting my story today. 2. Emotional neglect leaves invisible wounds that shape adulthood. Emotional neglect leaves invisible wounds that quietly shape the way you move through the world. Because when a child grows up unheard and unseen, they learn to survive by dimming their own light, minimizing their needs, and convincing themselves that silence is safer than honesty. Unlike physical abuse, emotional neglect often goes unnoticed, but is just as damaging, and you may carry its impact without realizing that the anxiety you feel, the low self-worth that shadows your confidence, or the disconnection you sense in relationships, all trace back to those early moments when your emotions were dismissed. As a child, you taught yourself to become small, not because you lacked strength, but because no one showed you that your feelings mattered. And so you adapted by hiding your true self, suppressing your needs, and building an inner world where expressing emotion felt like a burden. Over time, this becomes a deep pattern, a quiet script your mind learned to follow, telling you that wanting care is asking too much, that speaking up is risky, and that your presence should take up as little space as possible. And as you grow older, that early silence becomes a form of armor, one that makes you second-guess your worth, apologize too often, or pull away the moment someone tries to get close. Carl Jung captured this truth when he said, "The most terrifying thing is to accept oneself completely, because acceptance feels terrifying for someone who was taught through neglect to hide their own heart." You might feel uncomfortable when someone finally pays attention to you, not because you don't want connection, but because your nervous system was trained to expect neglect, not care. This pattern doesn't mean you are broken. It means you adapted to survive. It means your body learned to shut down rather than risk more disappointment. And your mind learned to stay quiet because it was safer than hoping for something better. Yet this awareness becomes the beginning of spirituality and spiritual development. A gentle return to the parts of yourself you once abandoned just to make it through. The numbness you sometimes feel isn't the absence of emotion. It's the shield you built to protect a heart no one protected for you. But now, as an adult, you can begin to soften that shield, to listen to the emotions you used to silence, and to give yourself the understanding you never received. You can learn to speak your needs without shame, to choose relationships where you are truly seen, and to trust that your feelings deserve space. Healing emotional neglect is not about blaming the past. It is about rewriting the inner script that tells you you're too much, too needy, or too sensitive. It is about replacing self-doubt with self-compassion, replacing fear with awareness, and allowing spirituality to guide you back to your own worth. And as you keep walking this path, remember the quiet lessons you were never taught, that your emotions are valid even when others ignored them, that needing connection does not make you a burden, that your voice deserves to be heard, and that every step you take toward emotional honesty is a step toward becoming whole again. 3. Being unseen disrupts identity formation. Being unseen quietly disrupts the very core of identity formation, because when a child grows up without emotional mirroring, they are left wandering through their inner world without a compass, unsure of who they are and unsure of how to interpret what they feel. Carl Jung once said, "The most terrifying thing is to accept oneself completely." Yet an ignored child never even gets the chance to meet themselves fully, because no one reflected their emotions back to them in a way that made sense. You might not realize this while it is happening, but every moment of being overlooked becomes a silent message. Your feelings don't matter. Your voice doesn't matter. Your presence isn't important. And slowly, this message becomes a belief, then a habit, and eventually a personality. As you move through life with this invisible wound, you may find that self-doubt follows you everywhere. Not because you lack talent or strength, but because childhood taught you to question the legitimacy of your own experiences. When you were ignored long enough, your mind adapted by shrinking your needs, by suppressing your emotions, by convincing you that staying quiet was the safest choice. Psychologists call this internalized neglect, but spiritual wisdom reveals something deeper. When the soul is denied recognition, it begins to fracture, creating a fragile self-image that craves validation but feels unworthy of receiving it. That is why so many ignored children grow into adults who apologize for existing, who hide their accomplishments, who struggle to set boundaries, and who feel invisible even in crowded rooms. Jung understood this intimately, reminding us that loneliness does not come from being alone, but from being unable to communicate the things that matter. And this is exactly the prison an ignored child grows up inside, knowing they feel deeply, but never believing it is safe to express it. With each year, the patterns formed in silence become the script you unknowingly perform. You downplay your emotions because you once learned they would be dismissed. You hesitate to ask for help because you were taught you wouldn't receive it. You stay small because no one showed you how to take up space. And it isn't weakness, it is survival. The child who learned they were invisible simply became an adult who still doesn't know how to be seen. Inside, you lives that younger self, still carrying the belief that attention is dangerous, that needs are burdens, that love must be earned through silence and compliance. But the truth is that your soul was never meant to be diminished. You were never meant to live behind the shadow of neglect. And when you finally begin to understand how these wounds were formed, you also begin to see the path back to yourself, reclaiming the feelings you buried, acknowledging the worth you were denied, and giving yourself the validation, presence, and compassion that no one offered you when you needed it most. If this message resonates with you, declare it with confidence in the comments. I deserve to be seen, heard, and valued. 4. Coping mechanisms can appear as strengths, but hide pain. Coping mechanisms often look like strengths on the surface, but beneath them lies a quiet ache that began in childhood, when being ignored taught you that the only way to feel safe was to outperform your pain. Even though these traits make you appear capable and composed, they are rooted in wounds that were never given space to heal. Hyper-independence grows from a childhood where asking for help led to disappointment, teaching you that you must handle everything alone. People admire your self-sufficiency, but they do not see the exhaustion that comes from never feeling safe enough to lean on anyone. Perfectionism forms in the same silence, convincing you that if you do everything right, never cause problems, never show weakness, never make mistakes, then maybe you will finally be valued. Yet no matter how flawless you become, the fear of being overlooked lingers because the perfection was never for joy, only for survival. People-pleasing develops as a final layer of protection, shaping you into someone who bends around the needs and expectations of others. You become agreeable, helpful, and endlessly available because once long ago, wanting love or attention made you feel like a burden. So you learn to abandon yourself before anyone else could abandon you. Over time, these behaviors sink beyond personality into your nervous system, influencing how you breathe, how you walk into a room, and how you constantly scan for rejection before you even speak. This constant vigilance keeps you stuck in a loop where you overperform, overgive, and overthink, hoping someone will finally notice the pain beneath your strength. Yet the moment you recognize these behaviors as protective responses from a younger version of you who did their best to survive, something within you softens. This softening is the early step of spirituality and spiritual awakening, because healing is not only a mental process, it is a reunion with the forgotten child inside who still longs to be seen without conditions. With awareness, you begin questioning the old rules that once governed your life. The belief that you must earn love through silence, perfection, or usefulness. Slowly, you start practicing gentle acts of rebellion against these outdated beliefs by saying no without guilt, asking for help without shame, resting without apologizing, and allowing yourself to be imperfect without fear. Each of these small choices is you learning to love yourself differently than the world once loved you. Over time, the coping mechanisms that once hid your pain begin to transform into healthier strengths. Your independence becomes self-trust instead of isolation. Your kindness becomes compassion instead of self-erasure. Your attention to detail becomes grounded excellence instead of anxious striving. By healing the ignored child within, you do not erase your past. You rewrite its meaning. You show your younger self that they were never too much or too unimportant to be noticed. And you build a life where your strength comes not from fear, but from love, awareness, and the deep inner safety you are finally learning to give yourself. 5. The ignored child becomes the invisible adult. The ignored child becomes the invisible adult. And when you have carried that silence for so many years, it shapes the way you move through life, quietly teaching you to dim parts of yourself just to feel safe. You may downplay your achievements without realizing it, brushing aside praise because being celebrated still feels foreign. And you may swallow your emotions out of habit, fearing that expressing them will lead to rejection the way it once did. You walk into conversations trying not to take up space. You hesitate before asking for help because your childhood taught you that needing anything made you a burden. And even in moments surrounded by others, you might feel a hollow emptiness inside, born not from loneliness, but from unmet needs that were never acknowledged when you were young. This inner emptiness can follow you into adulthood, influencing the jobs you choose, the relationships you accept, and the way you think about yourself. And without awareness, you may continue the cycle by ignoring your own feelings in the same way others overlooked you. Yet, the deeper truth is that this pattern is not a flaw in you, but a survival response that once helped you adapt to an environment where your emotional world had no place to land. The brain wires itself around what it repeatedly experiences, and when the experience is neglect, the mind learns to expect it, shaping beliefs that whisper, "Do not ask, do not feel, do not need." This is where spirituality and spiritual development begin to offer a path forward, inviting you to meet yourself with compassion instead of criticism, and to understand your wounds not as permanent scars, but as parts of your story that can be rewritten. When you begin to see your life as a journey of inner growth, rather than a reflection of what others failed to give you, you can begin nurturing the child within who longed for comfort and connection, offering yourself the warmth, patience, and attention you once needed so deeply. Through daily practice, you can slowly undo the inner pattern of invisibility by choosing small but powerful acts of self-recognition, pausing when you feel yourself shrinking, placing a hand over your heart when old fears resurface, or gently speaking truth into your own mind. My needs matter, my emotions are real, and I deserve to be seen. Over time, these moments become a new foundation, one where you no longer wait to disappear, but learn to take up space with confidence, honesty, and self-respect. The lesson you carry forward is clear. You are not the ignored child anymore, and you no longer need to silence yourself to feel safe. You are allowed to grow, allowed to heal, and allowed to step into a life where your presence is honored by others, and most importantly, by you. Leave your like and subscribe to our channel. And remember to turn on the notification bell so you never miss powerful insights like this. If this message resonates with you, type in the comments, "I am no longer invisible. I honor my worth." 6. Acknowledgement is a psychological necessity, not a luxury. You have to understand something fundamental. Acknowledgement is not a luxury in the life of a child. It is a psychological necessity that shapes the very foundation of identity. And when Carl Jung taught that the greatest burden a child must bear is the unlived life of the parents, he was pointing directly at the silent wounds that form when a child grows up emotionally unseen. When you were small, you didn't just need food or shelter. You needed safety, stimulation, and connection. And connection was the heartbeat of your developing mind, because it told you, in the most subtle spiritual wisdom, that you existed in someone else's world. When that acknowledgement was missing, the absence did not simply fade. It shaped your brain. It shaped your sense of worth. And it shaped what you believed about love. Research shows that without consistent emotional recognition, neural pathways develop in a way that prepares a child for neglect rather than support. And slowly, quietly, you begin to expect dismissal everywhere you go. A child who is not acknowledged learns to shrink long before they learn to speak. They walk into rooms already assuming that their presence is too much. They enter friendships feeling like a burden, and they grow into adulthood carrying an unconscious script that whispers, "Stay small so you don't get hurt." You may not notice it, but this becomes a lifelong pattern. You second-guess your ideas, you question your worth, and you celebrate nothing because you anticipate that no one will notice anyway. And this is not because you lack confidence. It is because your nervous system was taught that invisibility equals safety, and that emotional silence is easier than emotional rejection. Psychologists call this internalized neglect a schema, a mental blueprint created from repeated experiences of being overlooked. Over time, you learn not to ask for love, not to expect understanding, and not to believe that your needs matter. You grow up thinking that emotional connection is something other people deserve, not you. This is how the ignored child becomes the anxious adult, or the emotionally distant adult, or the high-functioning but deeply tired adult who carries wounds no one else sees. And yet, Carl Jung's teachings remind you that the shadow is not your enemy. It is the part of you that holds every unmet need, every silenced emotion, every truth you were afraid to claim, and it waits patiently until you are strong enough to turn toward it. When you look at this through the lens of spiritual wisdom, you realize something transformative. The ignored child inside you does not want attention. They want recognition. They want to be acknowledged the way they never were. They want someone finally to say, "You mattered then, and you matter now." And when you give yourself that acknowledgement, you begin a spiritual awakening, a return to wholeness, because healing is not about changing the past, but about changing the meaning the past left inside you. You start rewiring your brain, soothing your nervous system, and rebuilding the emotional muscles that were never given the chance to grow. You step out of invisibility not because someone finally saw you, but because you learned to see yourself. 7. Healing begins with self-recognition and small acts of validation. Healing begins with self-recognition and the small, quiet acts of validating your own inner world. Because when you finally pause long enough to notice your emotions, your needs, and even your smallest victories. You begin giving yourself what no one ever gave that ignored child you once were. Transformation unfolds the moment you acknowledge the truth that your feelings were real all along. And by naming what you feel, instead of suppressing it, you slowly dismantle the old belief that your needs were a burden. As you gently turn toward yourself, spirituality becomes something lived rather than imagined, and your spiritual awakening deepens each time you consciously offer yourself the compassion you never received. This offering might look simple, a moment of rest when your body whispers for it, a small celebration of a quiet win, or a soft reminder that your worth does not depend on how much you endure. And with every one of these choices, you teach your nervous system that it no longer needs to brace for dismissal or rejection. Speaking up becomes an act of reclaiming yourself, because every time you say what you truly feel, you rewrite the old pattern that taught you to stay silent to stay safe. Setting boundaries becomes a sacred responsibility, not an act of rebellion, as you let your mind and body relearn what safety feels like. Affirming your worth retrains the part of you that once believed love had to be earned through self-sacrifice. And with each boundary you hold, each truth you speak, each moment you choose not to abandon yourself, you send a new message to your inner child. You are seen. You are worthy. You matter. Over time, these consistent acts of self-respect merge into a profound energetic shift, reminding you that your healing is not only psychological, it's spiritual. And as you continue honoring your needs rather than shrinking them, you discover that the ignored child within you does not disappear. Instead, they rise with you, learning step by step what it feels like to be protected, valued, and finally loved by the one person who is meant to show up all along you. If this message helped you understand how healing begins with self-recognition and small acts of validation, take a moment to support our work by liking this video and subscribing to Spiritual Wisdom. And if you're ready to start honoring your own worth, comment below. I choose to validate myself. Your voice helps us create content that truly serves you. 8. Breaking the silence creates generational change. Breaking the silence creates generational change. Because when you have lived through childhood neglect, you carry an inner world shaped by moments where your needs were dismissed, your voice was overlooked, and your presence felt invisible. Yet that same wound often becomes the birthplace of extraordinary empathy. You move through life hyper-aware of others' feelings, sensing subtle shifts in tone or energy, because you once had to read the emotional weather just to feel safe. And this sensitivity, although born from pain, becomes a quiet superpower that guides your healing and your spirituality. You may hesitate to speak up or take up space, still expecting someone to ignore you. But with each step toward therapy, self-reflection, or conscious parenting, you are breaking the old pattern that told you your needs did not matter. This healing journey is not just personal, it is a form of spiritual development, because the moment you acknowledge your hurt, you reclaim your inner light, the part of you that always knew you deserved care, attention, and love. As you grow, you begin to understand that the child who was ignored learned to stay silent, not because they were weak, but because silence was survival. And now, as an adult, every act of self-expression becomes an act of rebellion against the past. You learn to name your emotions, to set boundaries, to say no when you need to. And each choice rewires the old belief that you are a burden. When you choose conscious parenting, whether with your own children or your own inner child, you refuse to repeat what hurt you, offering presence where there was once absence, offering patience where there was once dismissal, and offering tenderness where there was once confusion. And just like that, the cycle of emotional neglect begins to crumble, replaced by awareness, compassion, and connection. This transformation matters because healing yourself is not just about correcting the past, it is about shaping the future. When you allow yourself to be seen, when you speak the truth that was once locked inside you, when you let yourself receive the love you used to push away, you brighten the path for the next generation. You show them what emotional safety feels like, what visibility feels like, what unconditional support feels like. The ignored child you once were becomes the healer, the guide, the cycle breaker, proving that generational wounds can be rewritten. And from this journey emerge powerful lessons. You are allowed to exist fully. Your boundaries are valid. Your voice matters. Your sensitivity is strength. Seeking support is courage. And choosing healing is choosing a new lineage. Through this inner work, you become living evidence that silence does not have to be inherited, and that a neglected beginning can transform into a legacy of awareness, emotional wholeness, and spiritual awakening. In the end, the psychology of the ignored child reminds us that silence shapes the soul just as powerfully as words. When a child grows up unseen, they often learn to doubt their worth, to shrink themselves, and to expect neglect even long after childhood has passed. But awareness is the beginning of healing. When you recognize these patterns within yourself, you reclaim the right to be heard, to take up space, and to receive love without apology. If this message spoke to you, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss our upcoming videos. Your journey of healing and awakening continues here. Carl Jung reveals the dark psychological meaning behind your dislike of cleaning the house. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. Carl Jung. In today's video, we're diving into a surprising truth. Your dislike of cleaning the house isn't just procrastination. It may be a shadow message from your inner world, revealing emotions, wounds, and hidden parts of yourself that are asking to be seen. When you understand the psychological meaning behind the clutter around you, you begin to understand the clutter within you, and that awareness alone can transform your life, your energy, and your emotional freedom. As you listen, notice which insights resonate and ask yourself, what is my home trying to tell me about my inner state? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below and share your own experience. Your perspective may help someone else on their journey. 1. Your home reflects your mind. Your home reflects your mind in ways far deeper than most people realize, because the physical space you live in is a mirror of your psyche, quietly revealing what the conscious mind avoids confronting. When Carl Jung spoke about the outer world being a symbolic expression of the inner world, he pointed directly to the truth that the environment you create around yourself is never accidental. The clutter on your table, the clothes draped over a chair, The dishes you keep telling yourself you will wash tomorrow. These are not simply tasks left undone. They are emotional signals. They represent the chaos, avoidance, and unprocessed feelings that sit beneath the surface of your awareness. The disorder becomes a physical expression of the unresolved conversations within you, the suppressed memories you do not want to revisit, and the lingering emotional weight you have not yet had the courage to lift. Avoiding cleaning, then, is not laziness, but an unconscious resistance to facing hidden parts of yourself, because every item out of place pulls on an emotional thread you may not be ready to follow. Dust, settling in the corners, mirrors the stagnant places in your inner world. Piles of clothes resemble identities you have tried on, outgrown, or abandoned, but never fully released. Unwashed dishes become symbols of emotional responsibilities you continue to postpone. Jung's insight that the unconscious always seeks expression becomes obvious the moment you pay attention to your environment, because everything you have avoided internally eventually manifests externally, asking you to notice what your spirit has neglected. This is why cleaning the house can trigger discomfort. It is not the physical labor, but the emotional confrontation. Every corner you touch forces you to acknowledge something within yourself. When you move objects, you disturb the stillness around memories you tried to ignore. When you throw things away, you symbolically release parts of your past. When you reorganize a space, you realign your internal world toward clarity. Cleaning becomes a quiet form of spirituality, a subtle spiritual awakening in motion, because it invites you to face your own energy rather than escaping it. Your home becomes a map of your emotional state, showing where you feel grounded, where you feel overwhelmed, and where your soul has been asking for renewal. As you begin to understand this, cleaning transforms from a chore into a dialogue with yourself. You start to see that restoring order outside helps restore order inside. Each surface you wipe becomes a clearing of stagnant emotions. Each object you place intentionally becomes a reaffirmation of who you are becoming. The act of creating cleanliness becomes a form of claiming your inner space again. And the more you engage with your environment consciously, the more your inner world responds by shifting from confusion to clarity, from heaviness to movement, from emotional resistance to emotional flow. Cleaning becomes not a task, but a symbolic healing ritual, a way of bringing light to the parts of your psyche that have remained in shadow for too long. So when you feel the resistance to clean, you can now recognize it as a message from the unconscious. The clutter is not mocking you, it is calling to you. Your home is trying to show you where you have been overwhelmed, where you have been avoiding yourself, and where something inside you is ready to transform. And as you gently bring order to your physical space, you open the door for your soul to follow, allowing your spirituality, your emotional clarity, and your spiritual awakening to rise naturally from within. If today's insight opened your eyes, comment below. I choose clarity to show your commitment to creating a home and a mind that truly supports your growth. 2. Mess as symbolic communication. When you begin to look at the space around you with deeper awareness, you realize that every unwashed dish, every pile of clothes left waiting, and every dusty corner is far more than a physical inconvenience. They are symbolic messages rising from the unconscious, forming a quiet psychological language that reveals what your inner world has been trying to say. The clutter becomes a subtle reflection of your emotional state, showing you exactly what you have postponed, avoided, or denied, because your home is not just where you live. It is an external expression of your inner landscape, shaped by your emotions, your memories, and the unresolved pieces of your past. Carl Jung often reminded us that until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. And when you walk through your home, you can see this truth in action. The untouched stack of papers mirrors the decisions you feel afraid to confront. The neglected laundry reflects the responsibilities you feel unprepared to carry. And the dust lingering in the corners represents the emotions you have allowed to settle, because facing them feels heavier than ignoring them. As uncomfortable as it may be, what you refuse to clean is often the exact thing your soul is urging you to acknowledge, because the resistance is never about the task itself. It is about the meaning behind it. As you move through each room, you begin to understand that the mess is not judging you, but guiding you, showing you where your psyche feels overwhelmed or disconnected, and revealing the internal blocks interrupting your spiritual development. This is where spirituality becomes practical and personal, because tending to your environment becomes a form of self-dialogue, a way to face the parts of yourself that have been quietly asking for your attention. When you clean a closet, you are not just reorganizing objects, you are clearing mental space. When you wash dishes, you are rinsing away emotional residue from the day before. When you sweep the floor, you are symbolically sweeping away the stagnation inside you. These simple actions become transformative because they connect your physical world with your inner world, showing you that caring for your space is an act of caring for your soul. By seeing your home in this deeper psychological and spiritual way, you begin to approach clutter with compassion instead of shame. You start to understand that your environment is not a reflection of failure, but a map pointing toward the parts of you that need healing, grounding, and intentional attention. Cleaning becomes a spiritual practice, a quiet ritual of alignment where your hands move through physical objects while your mind softens and your heart opens. Each small task becomes a step toward harmony, revealing that spirituality is not something separate from ordinary life. It is woven into the way you create order, restore balance, and honor your inner state through the care of your outer world. And as you tend to your home with awareness and sincerity, you begin to notice how the act of cleaning helps you return to yourself more centered, more clear, and more connected to the deeper wisdom that has been trying to reach you through the language of your surroundings. 3. Cleaning as a Jungian ritual of transformation. To clean consciously is to step into a quiet ritual of rebirth, because every gesture you make is not just about organizing objects, but about releasing old energy that has settled into the corners of your life. When you lift a piece of clutter, when you wipe dust from a forgotten surface, you are not only restoring order, you are engaging in an intimate conversation with the parts of yourself you often overlook. Carl Jung said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." And this is exactly why your home becomes a living reflection of your inner world. The mess you see outside is often the emotional and psychological weight that sits within you. Cleaning, when done with awareness, becomes a gentle yet powerful bridge between your conscious and unconscious mind, what Jung called individuation, the process of integrating your shadow and your light so you can reclaim your whole self. When you avoid cleaning, it is rarely laziness. It is a silent resistance to facing the parts of you that feel overwhelmed, unbalanced, or unresolved. Your environment holds memory. It holds unspoken stories. It holds emotional residue that you have not yet had the courage to acknowledge. So when you avoid wiping that counter or clearing that corner, you are not avoiding the task. You are avoiding the confrontation with your own inner chaos. Through the lens of spiritual wisdom, your home is not just a physical space. It is a symbolic extension of your psyche. And every object you ignore is a message your soul is waiting for you to read. But the moment you choose to clean with intention, the meaning shifts completely. Each movement becomes a quiet transformation of matter and meaning, because as you release the buildup in your outer world, you begin releasing the buildup within your inner world as well. You feel the shift long before the room is fully clean. The air becomes lighter, your thoughts become clearer, and your breath settles into a slower rhythm, as if your nervous system finally believes you are safe enough to let go. This is why cleaning can instantly change your emotional state. It reconnects the fragmented parts of you, reminding you that you are not powerless in the face of your own mind. As you continue, you start to see that chaos was never the enemy. It was simply unprocessed energy waiting to be witnessed. Conscious cleaning transforms the room, but more importantly, it transforms your relationship with yourself. You step into the role of the observer, the healer, the creator of your inner and outer space. With every item you put in its place, you integrate a piece of your shadow. With every corner you illuminate, you reclaim a piece of your clarity. With every decision you make, you remind your subconscious that you are present, awake, and willing to participate in your own transformation. And as you move through your home with this deeper understanding, cleaning becomes less of a chore and more of a spiritual conversation between who you have been and who you are becoming. You realize that order is not the goal. The goal is alignment, presence, and the courage to face the emotional dust that has settled inside you. And in that quiet, intentional movement, you embody the deepest message of Carl Jung's teachings, that true change begins not in the grand moments, but in the small, conscious acts through which you choose to meet yourself fully. If you're ready to turn cleaning into a Jungian ritual of transformation, comment below. I restore my inner space. Let this be your commitment to your own spiritual growth. 4. The archetype of purification. Cleaning has always carried the quiet echo of ancient purification rituals, where bathing, sweeping, or washing were never just chores, but symbolic acts of clearing psychic residue from the soul. Long before modern homes existed, people cleansed their spaces as a way of resetting their inner world, letting dust, water, and motion become messengers of emotional renewal. In this sense, your dislike of cleaning is not laziness. It is the psyche sensing that purification requires inner confrontation. And as Carl Jung taught, what you resist persists, meaning the more you avoid this symbolic cleansing, the more your inner clutter quietly grows. Water, in Jung's symbolic language, represents the unconscious with all its hidden emotions, unspoken memories, and dormant truths. This is why a simple shower can calm your mind more effectively than hours of thinking, because water washes not just the body, but the emotional field. When you clean with water, rinsing a cloth, wiping counters, or washing dishes, you are symbolically renewing the emotional layers within yourself. The moment water touches the surface, the unconscious begins its subtle shift, reminding you that emotional clarity and spiritual awakening often start with simple, physical actions that realign your inner world. Every repetitive motion in cleaning, folding, scrubbing, sweeping acts, like a moving meditation that settles the nervous system and slows the mind's noise. In temples around the world, monks sweep the ground slowly, not because it is dirty, but because the rhythm clears the mind. When your hands move in these patterns, your breathing steadies, your thoughts soften, and the body naturally enters a state of presence. This is why cleaning, when done without rushing or resentment, can feel strangely soothing, almost like the mind is exhaling. Yet the resistance arises because cleaning forces you to acknowledge parts of yourself you would rather avoid. Dust in the corner mirrors neglected emotions. Piles of clothes reflect postponed decisions. A cluttered room reveals a cluttered psyche trying to speak. Jung taught that your environment is a direct extension of your inner landscape, and this is why the room you avoid cleaning often represents the emotion you avoid feeling. Tidying becomes an emotional doorway, one that requires honesty, patience, and a willingness to release what no longer fits your current identity. But there is quiet power in this ritual. As you clear a surface, your thoughts become clearer. As you put things back where they belong, your energy begins to reorganize. As the room opens, your mind feels spacious again, making room for insight, creativity, and inner peace. Cleaning becomes a symbolic shedding of outdated energy, a way of preparing your inner temple for transformation. It is not the dust that weighs you down. It is the emotional stagnation stored inside it. In moments like this, spirituality is not something abstract or distant. It happens in the small gestures, the slow breaths, the subtle shifts. Each act of cleaning becomes an invitation to step deeper into your spiritual awakening, reminding you that healing does not always come through grand rituals. Sometimes it happens through the gentle movement of your hands as your inner and outer worlds slowly return to harmony. 5. Resistance and shadow work. When you resist cleaning your space, you are not simply avoiding a chore. You are confronting the ego's defense mechanism, a subtle psychological shield protecting you from seeing truths you are not yet ready to face. Carl Jung described this as shadow resistance, the unconscious pull that keeps you clinging to familiar chaos because change feels more threatening than disorder. Your mind convinces you that the mess is harmless, but every untouched corner reflects an untouched emotion. The clutter becomes a quiet hiding place where your unprocessed fears, disappointments, and doubts stay comfortably buried. Even when the room frustrates you, a part of you chooses it because it mirrors what your inner world has carried for years. As you move through your home, each pile of clothes, each stack of dishes, each layer of dust becomes a symbolic message written by your unconscious. The ego whispers that leaving things as they are is safer than confronting the discomfort that comes with transformation. Jung taught that the shadow does not ask for perfection. It asks for honesty. And honesty often begins in the smallest, most ordinary places. When you avoid cleaning, it is not laziness. It is a silent ritual of pain, a way of saying, I am not ready to move forward, without ever speaking the words aloud. In spirituality and spiritual development, this avoidance reveals where your inner light is blocked, where healing has not yet been allowed to enter. Shadow work invites you to look beyond the surface and see what the disorder is trying to tell you. Familiar chaos becomes a cocoon that protects you from the emotional clarity you secretly fear. A clean environment demands accountability. It forces you to see yourself without distraction. A messy one gives you permission to postpone growth. This is why the resistance feels so powerful. It protects the parts of you that are still fragile, unready to be exposed to the light. But the moment you acknowledge this, something shifts inside you. You stop fighting the mess as a problem and begin seeing it as a mirror. Each small action, a shelf wiped, a drawer organized, a floor cleared, becomes an act of reclaiming yourself. You are not just cleaning. You are declaring to your unconscious mind that you deserve order, clarity, and peace. You are gently telling your shadow, I am ready to see you. I am ready to heal. You begin to understand that the way you treat your space is the way you treat your emotional life. Chaos outside reflects chaos inside. And when you start bringing order to one, you naturally begin soothing the other. Your environment becomes a classroom for your spiritual development. Every corner holds a lesson. Every item you put back in its place reminds you that you too have a place within yourself that is waiting to feel settled. And every moment of resistance becomes an invitation, a chance to meet the shadow with compassion instead of fear. By recognizing the psychological meaning behind your reluctance, you step into deeper self-awareness. And as you soften into this awareness, the resistance loses its power. The space around you slowly transforms, and with it, so do you. If this insight on resistance and shadow work resonates with you, subscribe for more Carl Jung-inspired wisdom that turns everyday habits into powerful tools for inner transformation. 6. Cleaning as self-worth and healing. Many people think resistance to cleaning comes from laziness, but when you look closer through the lens of spiritual wisdom and the teachings of Carl Jung, you realize it often comes from a much deeper wound, low self-worth, the quiet belief that you do not deserve a peaceful or orderly space. Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." And this truth becomes painfully clear when you avoid cleaning, because the clutter in your home begins to mirror the clutter inside your heart. When you walk past a pile of clothes or ignore the dishes in the sink, you are not just avoiding a task, you are avoiding a part of yourself, a part that has forgotten it deserves clarity, beauty, and breathing room. This is why, the moment you pick something up with intention, your soul feels it immediately. Something wakes up inside you, as if your inner self whispers, "You are choosing to live again." Cleaning, then, stops being a chore and becomes an act of self-respect, a sacred declaration that you are worthy of renewal, and every small movement becomes a gentle reminder that you still want something better for your life. As you continue, you begin to notice something strange but powerful. Your energy shifts. You breathe a little deeper. You stand a little taller. You begin to reclaim parts of yourself that you abandoned when you stopped believing you were worthy of peace. Carl Jung taught that the soul speaks through symbols, and your home is one of the clearest mirrors of your unconscious mind. A messy room becomes a map of stagnation, a sign of emotional exhaustion, or even a quiet protest against a life that has felt too heavy. But when you move with purpose, even in small steps, you break the spell. You remind your unconscious that you deserve care, you deserve order, and you deserve to feel alive within the walls of your own life. Cleaning becomes a sacred ritual of dignity, not a punishment. It becomes the moment you tell your past pain, "You do not control me anymore." With every item put in its place, you rebuild your vitality. With every corner you clear, you make space for new energy, new clarity, and new beginnings. Jung believed that healing does not always come from grand breakthroughs. Sometimes it arrives quietly, through simple daily acts that reconnect you with your forgotten worth. As you clean, you are not just restoring your home, you are restoring yourself. You are choosing to honor your spirit. You are choosing to awaken to your value. And when you begin to feel that shift, even just a little, you start to understand that cleaning is not merely a task. It is an intimate journey back to the truth that you deserve peace, you deserve beauty, and you deserve a life that reflects the strength and light you carry within. 7. The home as a living temple. Your home is more than a physical structure. It is a quiet, breathing extension of your soul, reflecting truths about you long before you speak them. Carl Jung often reminded us that the outer world mirrors the inner one, and nowhere is this more visible than in the space you live in each day. The walls hold your unspoken emotions. The arrangement of your belongings reveals the rhythm of your inner life, and the energy of each room reflects a different part of the psyche you may not always acknowledge. When you step into the kitchen, you are entering the symbolic hearth of your personal power, the place where nourishment and energy are created. The way you maintain it often speaks to how you handle your own inner fire, whether you tend to it with care, ignore it out of exhaustion, or push it aside because facing that power feels overwhelming. As your eyes move toward the windows, you're not just looking at pieces of glass, but at symbols of truth, insight, and illumination. Clean, open windows reflect a mind willing to receive clarity. Covered or clouded windows suggest the opposite, a hesitation to let in the light of awareness, to see yourself without filters or excuses. Every forgotten corner and every neglected surface speaks a psychological language of its own. What appears to be a pile of clothes or scattered objects may actually be fragments of unresolved emotions, delayed decisions, and inner conflicts you haven't had the strength to face yet. Jung's insight that until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate, becomes painfully clear here. Your home quietly reveals the stories your mind tries to ignore. When chaos accumulates in your environment, it signals that chaos has begun to weave itself into your thoughts. And when order returns to the outside, peace begins stitching itself slowly back into your inner world. An aligned home creates an aligned psyche. When your surroundings are balanced, your nervous system relaxes, your mind becomes sharper, your emotions flow more gently, and your spirit feels supported. This is why cleaning is not merely a practical task, but a symbolic ritual of reclaiming your inner alignment. Each time you clear space, you clear energy. Each time you organize, you gather scattered parts of yourself. Each time you bring order, you tell your inner world, "I am ready to return to myself. As you move through your home, your living temple, you participate in a subtle yet profound act of healing. The environment responds to your intention, and you respond to its transformation in return. This dance between inner and outer worlds is not accidental. It is a part of spirituality, a step on the path of spiritual awakening, where your surroundings become a mirror of your consciousness. When you treat your home as a sacred extension of your being, you begin to feel how every shift in your space echoes a shift inside you. And the more lovingly you tend to that space, the more effortlessly your spirit begins to rise. Leave a like and subscribe to the channel, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss any powerful insights like this. And if you're ready to honor your home as the sacred temple of your inner world, type in the comments, "My home reflects my highest self." 8. Integration. From shadow to wholeness. When you explore the idea of cleaning through Carl Jung's perspective, you begin to see that this simple act is really a form of inner integration. Because every time you clean, you are not just organizing objects, you are quietly bringing your light and your darkness back into harmony. Jung taught that whatever you avoid externally mirrors something unresolved internally. So when you resist cleaning, it is not because you lack discipline. It is because a part of your unconscious is revealing what feels scattered, heavy, or forgotten within you. Cleaning becomes a living symbol of the inner sorting process that spirituality and spiritual development always demand. Deciding what memories to release, which emotions need attention, which beliefs no longer belong, and which aspects of yourself are ready to be reclaimed. When you pick up a single item and return it to its place, you are practicing the same inner movement of putting your emotional life back into order. When you clear a surface, you are clearing mental fog. When you sweep a floor, you are sweeping the parts of your psyche that are asking for renewal. Because of this, cleaning is never about creating a perfect home. It is about healing through awareness, about letting matter and mind move in synchronicity instead of conflict. Your house does not need to be flawless, but it becomes a mirror that speaks to you, showing the exact state of the relationship between your consciousness and your soul. A cluttered corner reflects a cluttered emotion you have put off. A disorganized room mirrors a part of you that feels ungrounded. A task you keep avoiding reveals a truth you are not ready to face. Jung's famous reminder, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate," reveals its full power here. Because the more you avoid your environment, the more your inner world stays untouched, unintegrated, waiting for you to finally look at it. Cleaning then becomes a gentle form of shadow work, not dramatic or overwhelming, but steady, grounding, and deeply human. When you clean with awareness, you start noticing how your energy shifts. The air feels lighter, your chest loosens, your mind becomes quiet enough to hear yourself again. This is the real transformation, the subtle restoration of the connection between your inner self and the physical space you live in. The act of cleaning becomes a spiritual ritual, simple, practical, and powerful, showing you that healing often begins with small movements. And as you continue, you learn that integration is not about erasing the darkness inside you, but about understanding it, accepting it, and giving it a rightful place so that your entire being can breathe in unity. And when you finish, even if it is just one drawer, one table, or one corner, you feel that something inside has shifted too. You sense clarity, calmness, and alignment returning to you. You realize the real goal has never been a perfect house, but a restored relationship between your consciousness and your soul. A moment of inner harmony that tells you your outer world and inner world are no longer fighting each other, but finally walking together again. 9. Final lesson: presence as the true ritual. When you finally understand yourself through the lens of spiritual wisdom and the insights of Carl Jung, you begin to realize that transformation never arrives in grand, dramatic moments, but in the quiet decision to act with intention. It begins when you choose to clean one surface, clear one drawer, or restore one small corner of your home, because these simple actions are far more symbolic than they appear. Jung famously reminded us, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. And this truth becomes strikingly clear the moment you notice how your resistance to cleaning is not about laziness, but about the emotions, memories, or internal chaos that these tasks quietly expose. A messy room is often a reflection of a cluttered mind, and every time you avoid tidying, you are unconsciously avoiding something within yourself that you don't want to confront. Yet the moment you choose to act, even in a tiny way, something shifts. Wiping a table or organizing a drawer becomes more than a household chore. It becomes the first sign of internal alignment. Energy softens, your mood becomes lighter, and you feel a subtle sense of grounding, as if your inner world recognizes the change. Scientists have long said that our physical environment shapes our neural patterns, and spiritual teachers echo this through generations, reminding us that outer order triggers inner renewal. When you take a deep breath and return to the present moment while cleaning, you give your mind a chance to reset, recalibrate, and reconnect to a calmer rhythm. William James once said, "The greatest weapon against stress is our ability to choose one thought over another." And choosing to clean consciously is exactly that, a choice to interrupt chaos with clarity. As you move through your space with intention, presence becomes its own form of prayer. You start to feel how the very act of attending to your environment is also attending to your soul. Instead of rushing through the task or resenting it, you begin to honor it. Each motion becomes slower, softer, and more aware. The simple act of folding a piece of clothing or returning an object to its place becomes a quiet ritual of grounding yourself back into your life. In this way, presence transforms an ordinary moment into something sacred. It reminds you that you are capable of shaping your inner world through the outer one, and that healing is often found in places you overlook. And when you stay with that presence long enough, you realize that attention is the first prayer, and presence is the only ritual. Cleaning becomes a practice of meeting yourself exactly where you are, not running from the chaos, not numbing the discomfort, but gently facing it. Through every mindful movement, something inside you begins to reorganize itself too. Your energy becomes clearer, your emotions settle, and a softer, steadier version of yourself emerges. This is the rebirth that happens quietly, not through dramatic breakthroughs, but through the simple, intentional act of returning to what is right in front of you and choosing to bring order, clarity, and awareness into it. When you finally understand that your home mirrors your inner world, you begin to see that avoiding the mess was never about laziness. It was about listening to the parts of yourself you've been afraid to face. As Carl Jung taught, the outer disorder often reflects an inner conflict waiting to be acknowledged, healed, and transformed. And once you recognize this truth, every small act of cleaning becomes an act of reclaiming your peace, your clarity, and your power. If this message from spiritual wisdom brought you insight, don't forget to like this video, share it with someone who needs it, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you never miss any of our upcoming videos. Your journey to deeper awareness continues from here. The psychological reason adult children turn against their parents. The greatest burden a child must bear is the unlived life of the parent. Carl Jung. Welcome back to Spiritual Wisdom. Today, we're diving into one of the most painful and misunderstood experiences a parent can face: when an adult child turns away. In this video, we explore the deep psychological forces often hidden in the unconscious that shape distance, resentment, and silence within families. More importantly, we uncover what these patterns mean for your own healing, growth, and emotional freedom. As you listen, I invite you to reflect on your own story. Have you ever experienced this kind of emotional separation, either as a parent or as a child? Share your thoughts in the comments below, because your voice may bring comfort to someone who feels alone. Let's begin this journey toward clarity, compassion, and inner peace. 1. The pain of parental abandonment. Of all human heartbreaks, few cut as deeply as watching your own children pull away. Because when a parent who once gave everything now sits in front of a silent phone or an empty doorway, it feels like the universe has collapsed into a single unanswered question. Why did the people I loved the most choose to leave me behind? Yet Carl Jung reminds us that the greatest burden a child must bear is the unlived life of the parent. And through this lens, the distance between parent and child becomes not just an act of rejection, but a complex psychological and spiritual response to years of unspoken emotional weight. Many adult children do not wake up one day and suddenly decide to abandon their parents. Instead, this distance forms slowly through unresolved conflicts, repeated moments of feeling unheard, years of subtle criticism, or the quiet expectation that they must sacrifice their own identity to maintain harmony. What looks like coldness is often the child's attempt to breathe, because for some, every interaction triggers old wounds: guilt, pressure, comparison, or the feeling that love must be earned rather than freely given. And when the nervous system associates a parent with emotional danger instead of emotional safety, withdrawal becomes a form of survival. From the outside, the parent may only see disrespect, ingratitude, or sudden disinterest. But underneath, the adult child may be fleeing from patterns that shape their entire upbringing. Patterns the parent may not even realize existed. Jung warned that nothing shapes a child more than the parts of a parent's life the parent refused to face, and many children carry not just their own pain, but the emotional burdens their parents never resolved. Loneliness masked as control, fear disguised as criticism, disappointment hidden inside high expectations. When this weight becomes too heavy, separation becomes not an attack, but a desperate act of self-preservation. Spiritually, some souls choose families that challenge them in the deepest ways so that they may awaken, break generational cycles, and rediscover their true identity beyond the roles placed upon them. This process of spiritual awakening can appear harsh, especially to the parent who feels abandoned, but on a soul level, it is an attempt to heal wounds that have echoed across generations. For many parents, this distance feels like betrayal, yet it is often the result of misunderstandings that accumulated over years. A child who was constantly told to be strong may now avoid the parent because they were never allowed to be vulnerable. A child who was scolded for expressing emotions may now protect themselves through silence. A child who was expected to care for a parent's feelings may now cut contact to finally build their own life without carrying emotional debts they never chose. This does not mean the parent was intentionally hurtful. It means the emotional landscape of the family was shaped by unspoken rules, survival patterns, and inherited pain that no one was taught how to navigate. But when the parent dares to look inward instead of only outward, something transformative happens. The question shifts from, "Why are they doing this to me?" to "What pain have they been carrying that I have never truly seen?" And this shift opens the door to healing for both. Spirituality teaches that relationships act as mirrors, reflecting the parts of ourselves we avoid. And having your own child turn away is one of the harshest mirrors life can hold up, forcing you to confront not only who they are, but who you became through years of habit, fear, and unexamined patterns. This reflection is not meant to punish, but to awaken. Because even small shifts in awareness, learning to listen without defense, apologizing without justification, and acknowledging the emotions that were overlooked can begin to soften years of tension. Even if the child is not ready to return, the parent's inner work is never wasted, because change occurs first in energy before it appears in physical form. And when a parent commits to understanding, healing, and releasing old patterns, the emotional atmosphere of the relationship begins to shift. In the end, the distance between a parent and a child is rarely rooted in a single event. It is woven from unmet needs, unspoken truths, inherited wounds, and the difficult psychological process of carving out identity. While the past cannot be rewritten, the present can become a turning point when approached with humility, honesty, and a sincere desire to break the cycle. Because even in the silence, connection is not lost. It is waiting for the moment when both souls are ready to meet again in truth rather than in pain. 2. Common reasons for estrangement. When adult children turn away from their parents, the reasons are rarely simple. And Carl Jung's psychology shows us that estrangement often grows from emotional wounds that were never understood or healed. Many adult children still carry scars from childhood, especially if they felt their parents were too strict, too controlling, or emotionally unavailable. And even when you believed you were doing the best you could, your child may have experienced those moments as pressure, fear, or a loss of safety. This emotional memory doesn't disappear with age. It lingers in the subconscious, shaping how they relate to you now. When they distance themselves, it is often a form of self-protection, an attempt to escape emotions they never learned to process, not a direct rejection of your worth or identity as a parent. Yet beyond personal history, society itself plays a powerful role in widening the gap between parents and children. Because modern culture glorifies independence and subtly teaches that caring for parents is a burden rather than a blessing. The media encourages cutting ties as a symbol of strength and choosing yourself, without acknowledging the heartbreak left behind. Many young adults absorb the belief that emotional boundaries mean avoidance, that healing means disconnecting, and that adulthood means forgetting where they came from. This cultural shift creates an invisible wall between generations, making love feel heavy and responsibility feel old-fashioned. Family conflict adds another layer, because unhealed tension has a long memory. Jung once said, "What is not made conscious appears in our lives as fate," and this is painfully true within families. Past divorces, arguments, betrayals, financial stress, remarriages, or years of silent resentment create emotional cracks that children feel deeply. Even when the conflict is over, the emotional climate it created can linger for decades. Adult children may step away, not because they do not care, but because the atmosphere of the past still feels unsafe or heavy. The problem is that their distance shows up as coldness, while the true reason is unspoken pain. However, another side must also be acknowledged: entitlement and lack of gratitude. Some adult children take their parents for granted, believing they owe nothing in return for the sacrifices made for them. This mindset is fueled by a culture that tells individuals they are self-made, ignoring the love, labor, and sleepless nights that shaped their foundation. When adult children operate from entitlement, they may dismiss their parents' needs, minimize their sacrifices, and behave with indifference or disrespect. This is not a reflection of your failures, but of their lack of emotional maturity and spiritual development. When you place these truths side by side, a larger picture emerges, one that blends psychology with spirituality. Estrangement is not only a relationship issue, it is a mirror showing the unhealed wounds on both sides and the cultural forces that push families apart. Jung's insight invites you to look beneath the surface and ask deeper questions about what pain remains unspoken, what generational patterns remain unresolved, and how both you and your child have been shaped by pressures far bigger than your home. Through the lens of spiritual development, you begin to see that healing starts not by demanding change from your child, but by understanding your own heart, acknowledging what you could not offer in the past, and cultivating compassion for both sides of the story. And from this understanding come the lessons. Do not let your child's distance define your worth. Look honestly at any pain you may have contributed to and offer humility rather than shame. Resist the urge to chase or beg, and instead keep your heart open with dignity. And finally, use this season to grow in your own spirituality, healing your own wounds so that if reconciliation comes, it comes to a stronger, wiser version of you. Because even if your relationship does not repair overnight, the inner work you do becomes a quiet light that one day may guide your child back, not out of guilt, but out of genuine readiness to reconnect. 3. The Jungian perspective, individuation. Carl Jung believed that every child must eventually separate from their parents to form a true and independent identity. And when you look at this through the lens of spiritual wisdom, you begin to see that this separation is not a rejection, but a natural stage of inner growth. Individuation, as Jung called it, is the lifelong process of becoming whole. And for many adult children, this journey requires creating emotional distance from the place where their earliest patterns were formed. Yet when this natural separation becomes extreme, it does not feel like growth. It feels like abandonment, leaving both parent and child carrying wounds that neither fully understands. And here lies the painful paradox. The same child who once needed you for everything now feels the need to step away from you to find themselves, not because they hate you, but because they are wrestling with parts of their own shadow they discovered within the relationship. This is why Jung said, "The greatest burden a child must bear is the unlived life of the parent," pointing to the invisible, emotional weight children often carry without realizing it. The expectations, the fears, the dreams, and the unspoken pressures that shape them long before they are old enough to choose who they want to be. Many adult children pull away, not from the parent, but from the version of themselves they became in the parent's presence, and the distance becomes a way to escape the emotional script they were handed. A child who grows up feeling unseen may avoid the parent to avoid that feeling. A child who absorbed their parents' pain may step back to stop absorbing it. A child who never found their own voice may need silence to hear it for the first time. But from the parent's perspective, these inner battles look like coldness, disrespect, or indifference, especially when the phone stops ringing or visits become rare. Emotional estrangement is rarely caused by one dramatic moment. It is usually the result of years of unexpressed feelings, misunderstandings, unmet needs, or wounds that were never addressed. And because humans often fear confrontation, many children choose distance over dialogue, believing that space will protect them from old pain. What makes this even more complex is that both sides often feel misunderstood at the same time. Parents mourn the loss of closeness, thinking, "Where did I go wrong?" While children feel overwhelmed by emotions they cannot name, thinking, "I can't go back without losing myself." This silent tension deepens the gap until the relationship feels frozen in place. Jung warned that, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. And this explains why estrangement can become a cycle. Both parent and child repeat emotional patterns without realizing it, and both suffer because neither knows how to break the spell. When children turn away, the act is almost never driven by hate. It is driven by confusion, identity formation, and the deep need to rewrite their inner story without the pressure of old expectations. Yet even in this darkness, spiritual wisdom teaches that separation can create space for awareness. When the emotional noise quiets, both sides can begin to see their own patterns more clearly. Children may realize they are not running from the parent, but from their own unhealed wounds. Parents may recognize that the distance is not punishment, but a call for deeper understanding and gentler connection. And when both sides begin to understand the psychological forces at play, the relationship is no longer defined by blame, but by insight. In this light, estrangement is not the end. It is a painful invitation for both hearts to grow. I'd love to hear your thoughts on how individuation and inner growth have shaped your relationship with your parents or family. Share your experience in the comments below. And if today's message resonates with you, simply type "I choose my authentic self" to show that you're embracing this Jungian journey with us. 4. The reality of abandoned parents. Many parents quietly confess that the deepest wound in their old age is not illness, poverty, or the slowing of their bodies, but the silence left behind by the very children they raised. Some describe it with a short, heartbreaking sentence: "I raised strangers." Behind those 3 words lies a lifetime of sacrifice, sleepless nights, unspoken worries, and small acts of love that were never recorded but were always given. When an adult child turns away, the parent does not simply lose a relationship. They lose a role, a dream, and a part of their identity. The home they once filled with noise and warmth becomes an echo chamber, reminding them of birthdays, holidays, and ordinary afternoons that will never return. Yet the truth is that this distance rarely forms overnight. It grows slowly from unresolved conflicts, emotional misunderstandings, generational wounds, or the pressures of modern life that push families apart until one day the relationship quietly fractures. Some children carry resentment from the past, from moments when parents did their best but did not know how to meet certain emotional needs. Others become consumed by their own lives, careers, marriages, stress, survival, and gradually drift away without realizing the damage their absence causes. There are also children who disconnect because they feel they must protect their mental health from patterns or expectations they never knew how to navigate. None of these explanations erase the pain of the parent, but they reveal a difficult truth. Many adult children are not rejecting their parents as humans. They are rejecting the unresolved emotional history they feel trapped inside. Carl Jung spoke to this when he said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." Much of the distance between parents and adult children is not caused by hatred, but by unhealed emotional inheritance that neither generation fully understands. But as heavy as this reality is, there is another side, one that many elderly parents slowly discover after the initial shock of abandonment. Some begin to reclaim their inner peace through solitude. They explore hobbies they once loved but never had time for. They join community groups, volunteer programs, or small circles of friends who remind them that companionship can be found even outside of family. Through these activities, parents begin to rediscover the self that existed before the identity of motherhood or fatherhood took over their entire life. They reconnect with forgotten passions, creativity, and personal purpose, realizing that their story does not end simply because a child has stepped away. This quiet return to the self is not a form of giving up. It is a form of returning home. It allows parents to experience a deeper kind of peace, one that arises from being present with themselves rather than waiting for validation or affection that may never come. This journey also reveals a subtle truth. When you stop chasing what is absent, you begin to see the value of what is still present within you. Many parents who once felt hollow eventually find strength in this rediscovery, learning that while the heartbreak of abandonment leaves a scar, it does not have to define the rest of their life. Some even find that solitude opens a door to healing they never expected, helping them grow into a version of themselves that feels more authentic, more grounded, and more at peace than ever before. 5. Transformation through solitude. Solitude becomes a powerful turning point in your life because, as Carl Jung explained, suffering is not just a wound, but a doorway to individuation, the deep inner process where you stop living as a reflection of others and begin to return to your true self. When the noise falls away and you have no one left to impress or perform for, you are forced into an honest meeting with your own soul. And although this silence can feel sharp and uncomfortable, it is often the only environment where real spiritual development can begin. In that quiet space, you start noticing the patterns you used to ignore, the emotional wounds you avoided, and the parts of yourself you buried under responsibility, relationships, and expectations. Loneliness becomes a mirror that shows you where you have abandoned yourself long before anyone else ever did. As you sit with your inner world, something shifts inside you. The pain you once feared begins to reveal its meaning, and the emptiness that felt unbearable starts teaching you what you truly need. Jung believed that this internal confrontation is the heart of transformation because facing your shadow, your fears, regrets, suppressed emotions breaks the illusion that you must stay the same to be loved. When you look inward long enough, you begin to see that solitude is not punishment, but purification, a slow removal of everything false, everything that no longer fits the person you are becoming. This is why people often find unexpected strength in their darkest hours. The silence pushes them to grow roots where they once had only reactions, and in that stillness, wisdom begins to form. Solitude strengthens intuition, deepens emotional clarity, and reveals the quiet truths that constant distraction kept hidden, allowing you to step into spirituality not as an escape, but as a deeper understanding of your own nature. Through this journey, you realize that the loneliness you feared is actually shaping your inner character, helping you reclaim the parts of yourself you abandoned to keep the peace or meet expectations. Every painful memory that rises in solitude becomes an opportunity for healing. Every uncomfortable realization becomes a step toward wholeness. Jung taught that individuation is the slow integration of all your pieces, the light, the shadow, the past, and the future, into someone authentic and complete. And solitude is where that integration begins. Your suffering becomes the fire that refines you. Your silence becomes the teacher that guides you. And your spiritual strength grows not from avoiding the darkness, but from learning how to walk through it. The lesson hidden inside this process is simple. When you allow solitude to work on you, it reveals your truth, restores your power, and leads you toward a version of yourself that no longer breaks under pressure, but stands rooted in clarity, purpose, and inner peace. If this message resonates with you, declare your strength in the comments. In solitude, I transform. 6. Coping strategies and healing. Healing from a child's abandonment is not a simple process, but a deep inner journey where the spiritual wisdom of Carl Jung becomes a guide that helps you understand your pain and reclaim your strength, reminding you that the greatest burden a child must bear is the unlived life of the parent, and showing you how unresolved wounds from the past can silently shape the relationship you have with your children. That is why the first lesson is learning to set boundaries. Because loving your child does not mean tolerating humiliation, disrespect, or emotional manipulation. And every time you gently but firmly say, "I deserve to be treated with dignity," you reclaim a part of yourself that you may have forgotten while giving everything to your family, honoring Jung's teaching that what you allow unconsciously continues until you consciously stop it. Yet even with boundaries, the pain remains heavy until you allow yourself to grieve honestly, letting yourself cry, admit the heartbreak, and speak your truth without shame. Because as Rumi said, the wound is the place where the light enters you, and acknowledging your grief becomes an act of courage that begins to release the weight you have been carrying alone for so long. That honesty naturally leads to the need for connection, because isolation will convince you that you are unworthy. But rebuilding community through friendships, support groups, faith circles, volunteering, or simply opening up to people who genuinely care reminds you that love doesn't vanish just because your child pulled away. This widening circle of support slowly replaces the haunting silence, giving you emotional safety and reminding you that your story continues even when a part of it has been broken. From there, rediscovering your purpose becomes essential, because when children walk away, many parents feel like their entire identity disappears with them. Yet Jung reminds us that the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are, meaning that your life still holds meaning beyond the label of parent. This is your invitation to return to passions you once buried: writing, gardening, creating, teaching, learning, traveling, or helping others. And as you pour your energy into something that makes your soul feel alive, you begin rebuilding the self that was overshadowed by years of sacrifice. And through all of these steps, the most transformative layer is learning to seek meaning, not by pretending everything is fine, but by exploring what this pain is teaching you about boundaries, self-worth, forgiveness, compassion, and the unresolved wounds you may still carry from your own childhood. You may find meaning in faith, in talking honestly with God, or in serving others who are hurting, or in creativity as you turn your pain into art, stories, or quiet acts of beauty that restore your sense of purpose. This shift finding meaning where there was only loss turns you into the alchemist of your own soul, someone who transforms heartbreak into clarity and sorrow into growth. As Viktor Frankl wrote, when we are no longer able to change a situation, we are challenged to change ourselves. And through setting boundaries, grieving with honesty, rebuilding community, rediscovering purpose, and seeking meaning, you step out of the role of the abandoned parent and into the role of someone who is healing, awakening, and remembering their own worth. 7. The spiritual lesson behind the pain. When children turn away from their parents, life is not simply closing a door. It is redirecting you back to your own soul, urging you to reclaim the parts of yourself that were forgotten while you were giving, sacrificing, and carrying the weight of everyone else's needs except your own. The heartbreak cuts deeply because it comes from the very people you once held as infants, the ones you stayed awake for, worried for, and protected with everything you had. Yet the deeper meaning behind this pain is that it is not an ending, but a powerful invitation into transformation, authenticity, and freedom from emotional dependency. The silence, the absence, the unanswered calls can feel like rejection, But underneath that pain is a sacred message. You are being called to rediscover your worth beyond your role as a parent, to understand that your dignity and capacity for joy are not determined by who walks away, and to remember that your identity is rooted in something far more enduring than another person's approval. Even when family ties fail, your heart does not lose its value. Your spirit does not lose its shine. This is where spirituality and spiritual development begin to guide you, reminding you that your existence has meaning independent of whether your children stay close or drift far. Sometimes, the absence of loved ones awakens a deeper presence within you, a resilience that only emerges when everything external collapses. You begin to sense that the emptiness is not a void, but a clearing, a space where your soul can breathe again after years of being overshadowed by responsibility and emotional pressure. Through this space, you slowly rediscover the courage to live fully, not as someone defined by others, but as someone who belongs to themselves. As you walk through this emotional valley, you may notice a shift within you. You become less controlled by guilt, less burdened by unspoken expectations, and more able to set gentle but firm boundaries that protect your peace. You begin to understand that love does not mean allowing disrespect, that forgiveness does not require abandoning yourself, and that closeness is not the same as loyalty. You stop asking, "What did I do wrong?" and start asking, "What is life trying to awaken in me through this pain?" When you look at the situation through this lens, the suffering that once felt cruel becomes a teacher that reveals hidden layers of strength, self-respect, and emotional clarity. Gradually, the pain softens and something new emerges, a quiet but powerful recognition that even in the most desolate seasons, your soul is not broken, but being reshaped. You learn that you can live even without constant validation, that you can find joy that does not depend on anyone's presence, and that you can build an inner home no one can abandon. In this way, the very experience that once felt like devastation becomes the beginning of a deeper, wiser relationship with yourself, rooted in spirituality, grounded in self-worth, and strengthened through spiritual development. If today's message spoke to the deeper spiritual lesson within your pain, take a moment to ground that awareness. Comment below, "I choose healing," to honor your inner growth and encourage others to face their own truth with strength. In the end, Carl Jung's insight reminds us that when adult children turn away, it is rarely about simple disrespect. It is a reflection of unhealed wounds, unspoken pain, and patterns carried through generations. Understanding this truth does not erase the hurt, but it does give you the power to respond with clarity, compassion, and strength. Healing begins when awareness replaces blame, and when love becomes a conscious choice rather than an old expectation. If this message brought you clarity or comfort, please remember to like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. And don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss any of our upcoming videos. Your journey toward deeper understanding and healing continues here. When the empath heals the core wound, attraction flips instantly. The wound is the place where the light enters you. Rumi, have you ever noticed how, once you begin to heal, the same energy that used to attract pain suddenly starts attracting peace? In today's video, when the empath heals the core wound, attraction flips. Instantly from Spiritual Wisdom, we'll explore why true transformation doesn't begin with changing others. It begins with healing the invisible patterns within yourself. As you rise in consciousness and release the old emotional imprints, you shift your frequency, and everything around you responds. Tell me in the comments, what core wound are you ready to release today? Let's start this journey of spiritual awakening together. 1. The core revelation. Carl Jung observed that when an empath finally heals their deepest psychological wound, the entire nature of attraction transforms in an instant. It's not a slow process, but an energetic shift so sudden and complete that Jung described it as terrifying. This is because the empath's entire vibration changes the frequency that once magnetically pulled in people who reflected their unhealed pain no longer resonates with them. The empath begins to rise above cycles of emotional dependency, toxic love, and subconscious patterns of self-sacrifice. They are no longer drawn to chaos or emotional unpredictability because their nervous system, once addicted to it, has learned peace. When this inner calm replaces old wounds, the outer world mirrors that healing, and new types of people start to appear. Those who bring safety, respect, and balance. This transformation is the silent proof that healing is not just psychological, but profoundly spiritual. It marks a spiritual awakening, where the empath no longer seeks validation, but vibrates from self-worth. The heart that once absorbed pain like a sponge now radiates strength and clarity. This is the point where the soul reclaims its power, where what once felt like love born from fear transforms into love born from awareness. The empath's energy field becomes lighter, their boundaries firmer, and their intuition sharper. They begin to recognize that the people and experiences that used to feel like home were actually reflections of their inner wounds. The moment that realization takes root, the old attraction fades and a new alignment emerges. Jung's insight reveals a universal law of spirituality. When consciousness changes, attraction changes. Healing the core wound is like changing the frequency of your inner signal. Suddenly, only those tuned to your new vibration can find you. This is why the shift can feel disorienting. Familiar connections fall away, and the empath may even grieve the loss of intensity. Yet beneath the discomfort lies liberation. For what once drained their life force no longer holds power. The empath's energy becomes sacred ground, no longer a battlefield of emotion, but a sanctuary of peace. And in that sanctuary, attraction flips instantly, not because the world outside changed, but because the soul within remembered its wholeness. In this state of spiritual wisdom, the empath learns that every wound was a teacher, every heartbreak a path to awakening. Healing does not erase the past, but transforms it into strength. What once drew them into lessons now draws them into purpose. This is the essence of true spiritual awakening, when the light of consciousness replaces the patterns of pain, and the empath no longer attracts from need, but from presence, alignment, and love. Comment below, I am ready to heal my core wound. If you're ready to step into your true power and experience the shift where love, energy, and attraction finally align with your healed spirit. 2. The real core wound. The real core wound of the empath is not trauma or abandonment, it is self-suppression. From a young age, you were told you were too sensitive, too emotional, or too judgmental. And over time, those words taught you to hide your perception and silence your intelligence to preserve relationships with people who couldn't handle being seen clearly. You learned that authenticity might cost you love, so you began doubting your intuition, minimizing your truth, and adapting yourself to fit into spaces that could never hold the fullness of your being. What you didn't realize was that this quiet act of self-abandonment became a pattern deeply woven into your energy. You started to associate love with shrinking and connection with compliance. But true spirituality is not about pleasing others. It's about remembering who you are when you stop apologizing for your sensitivity and start honoring it as your greatest strength. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." When you suppress your truth, the unconscious drives your relationships, pulling you toward those who reinforce your old wounds. You attract people who need your empathy but cannot reciprocate it, who crave your light but reject your clarity. They are drawn to your energy not because they love you fully, but because your silence sustains their comfort. Yet the moment you awaken to this cycle and choose to honor your own truth, the entire energetic dynamic begins to shift. Those who once fed off your self-suppression feel the vibration change because you are no longer an energetic match to their unhealed patterns. This is the invisible moment when attraction flips, when the one who once felt powerless in relationships suddenly becomes magnetic through authenticity and spiritual development. Healing this core wound doesn't mean hardening your heart. It means letting your heart lead with consciousness. You begin to see that your emotions are not weaknesses, but sacred messages that reveal where you've betrayed yourself to keep the peace. Each boundary you set, each truth you speak, and each moment you choose alignment over approval becomes an act of reclaiming your soul. The empath's path of healing is not about changing who you are. It's about coming home to the depth, intuition, and love that were always within you. Through this process, your energy transforms. It becomes lighter, cleaner, and more aligned with divine truth. You stop seeking validation in others and instead find strength in your own presence. You no longer chase connection because you understand that real connection begins with self-connection. And that's when attraction flips in its purest form. The people and situations that once mirrored your pain begin to fall away, replaced by those who resonate with your healed vibration. You stop attracting lessons and start attracting reflections of your growth. You stop begging for love and begin to radiate it. In this state, spirituality and emotional healing merge. You become a living embodiment of balance, self-awareness, and divine alignment. The empath who once dimmed their light to survive now shines unapologetically, and that light becomes both protection and magnetism. The wound that once defined you becomes your wisdom, and the love you once sought from others finally flows freely from within. 3. The victim cycle. Because you doubt your own perception, you keep attracting people who exploit that very uncertainty. Carl Jung, in his profound spiritual wisdom, observed that the empath often lives in a repeating cycle of confusion and self-betrayal. It begins the moment you sense manipulation, a quiet feeling that something isn't right. Instead of trusting that intuition, you question yourself. Then, the manipulator reinforces your doubt, making you believe the problem lies within you. To keep the peace, you suppress your intelligence, silence your inner voice, and shrink your light just to hold the relationship together. And so, the cycle continues until one day, a catastrophic betrayal forces you to see the truth you've been avoiding all along. That betrayal, though devastating, becomes your awakening. You realize that your empathy was never the weakness others made you believe it was. It was your greatest power, misused because you didn't yet understand its boundaries. Jung once said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." In that moment of awakening, you stop seeking love in those who drain you and begin cultivating love from within. You start to understand that true peace cannot exist where self-denial lives. What once drew you toward manipulation now repels it because you have healed the part of you that needed saving. Attraction flips instantly, not because others change, but because you have. Your frequency rises, your energy stabilizes, and suddenly you attract people who meet you in truth instead of taking from your light. As you heal, you stop replaying the same emotional script. You no longer feel the need to prove your worth or overextend your compassion to those unwilling to meet you halfway. Carl Jung's teachings remind us that every manipulative relationship was a mirror showing us where we had not yet trusted ourselves. Once you integrate that lesson, the outer world transforms effortlessly. The confusion that once blinded you becomes clarity. The pain that once silenced you becomes wisdom. The empath who once absorbed others' pain begins to radiate stability, authenticity, and quiet power. This shift is not about revenge or distance, it's about alignment. When you finally make the unconscious conscious, the victim cycle ends. The betrayal that broke you becomes the teacher that built you. The same energy that once drew in manipulation now magnetizes genuine connection. You stop chasing what was never yours and start attracting what your healed heart naturally deserves. In the end, when the empath heals the core wound, the entire field of attraction rearranges itself. Those who are drawn to your doubt disappear, and those who recognize your wholeness appear. You realize that love was never about losing yourself. It was about finding yourself through the mirror of your own awakening. Don't forget to subscribe for more spiritual wisdom on breaking free from the victim cycle and stepping into your true power of healing, attraction, and emotional mastery. 4. The clarity event. A betrayal so deep, whether through lies, infidelity, or emotional manipulation, becomes what Carl Jung called the clarity event, a moment when illusion dies and truth is born. The empath, once tangled in confusion and self-blame, suddenly sees everything with unfiltered clarity. Their intuition, once doubted and dismissed, stands vindicated. Yet instead of collapsing, they enter a stillness that feels almost supernatural. They no longer react, they observe. This serenity is not numbness, it is awakening. It marks the beginning of shadow integration, when suppressed intelligence, intuition, and strength rise from the unconscious. Jung said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate." In this instant of realization, fate transforms into awareness, and awareness transforms into freedom. The empath, who once poured all their energy into understanding others, begins redirecting that energy inward. This is where spiritual awakening unfolds, not in light alone, but in the meeting of light and shadow. Every piece of wisdom that was buried beneath self-doubt begins to surface. The empath realizes that their empathy was never weakness. It was misdirected strength. they stop trying to fix others and instead begin to heal themselves. What once looked like emotional detachment becomes emotional mastery. The clarity event does not harden the heart, it purifies it. Through this transformation, they embody true spirituality, not blind forgiveness, but the courage to see clearly and love wisely. As this internal shift deepens, the empath's energy changes. The same frequency that once attracted chaos now emits peace, and the universe mirrors that vibration back. The narcissists, manipulators, and emotional takers can no longer find resonance with this new frequency. Attraction flips instantly because energy alignment has changed. Where there was once confusion, there is now coherence. As Jung observed, what you resist not only persists, but will grow in size. By embracing the lesson hidden in betrayal, the empath stops resisting pain and begins transforming it. They recognize that every wound was a teacher, every heartbreak a mirror, revealing what was unhealed within. This clarity becomes their new foundation. They no longer chase love to feel worthy. They radiate worthiness. They no longer seek validation. They embody it. The empath's calmness becomes magnetic. Their silence becomes sacred, and their boundaries become their most powerful form of compassion. Their relationships shift because they now attract what matches their inner peace. This is the divine paradox of awakening. When the empath stops trying to be chosen, they become the chooser. The energy that once pleaded to be understood now stands firm in self-understanding. And in that stillness, love finally finds them, not because they chase it, but because they have become it. This is the essence of the clarity event. The moment the empath transcends illusion, embraces truth, and realizes that healing the core wound is not just recovery, it is rebirth. 5. Shadow integration. In Jungian terms, the shadow is everything we reject in ourselves, and for the empath, it is often the emotional debris of others that has been mistaken for their own. When you finally begin to face that shadow with honesty and compassion, a profound shift occurs. You stop apologizing for your emotions and start reclaiming your strength. This is the moment when spirituality and spiritual development merge, not as abstract ideals, but as lived truth. You begin to see yourself clearly, without shame, and feel deeply, without drowning. Integrating the shadow is not about becoming harder. It is about becoming whole. It is realizing that your sensitivity is not a curse, but a sacred instrument meant to guide you through the world with wisdom rather than fear. As you acknowledge the parts of yourself you once rejected, anger, need, envy, or desire, you no longer suppress them. Instead, you let them speak, learn from them, and release what no longer serves you. When you do this, your energy reorganizes itself. The same vibration that once attracted emotional takers now repels them. Those who seek to use your kindness will sense they can no longer penetrate your field, and those who meet you with respect and emotional depth will feel drawn to your presence. This is what it means to be psychologically complete, a sovereign being with boundaries rooted not in fear, but in clarity. You no longer seek approval to feel safe. You find safety within yourself. You stop rescuing people who refuse to grow and instead hold space for those who rise to meet you. Every emotion that once overwhelmed you becomes a compass. When you feel anger, it points to where your boundaries were crossed. When you feel sadness, it reveals what your soul has outgrown. When you feel joy, it shows alignment. Each feeling becomes a guide toward greater awareness. And this is where true spiritual development happens, not in escaping emotion, but in integrating it. Your nervous system learns calm without repression, strength without armor, and compassion without depletion. You no longer absorb energy unconsciously. You sense it, honor it, and decide what enters your space. This new inner coherence makes you magnetic, because authenticity always attracts what is real. Old patterns dissolve quietly. You no longer chase love, you invite it. You no longer perform to be understood, you speak to be heard. You no longer fear solitude, because solitude becomes sanctuary, a space where your intuition sharpens and your energy restores. You begin to see how every rejection was redirection toward alignment. Every heartbreak was initiation into truth. In this clarity, attraction flips instantly. The connections that drained you lose their grip, and the people who see your light with respect, not hunger, begin to appear. This is the alchemy of shadow work, turning what once felt like weakness into sacred power. Empaths often ask, "How do I start?" Begin with awareness. Name what you feel without judgment. Notice when you abandon yourself to keep peace. Replace reaction with reflection. Practice saying no without explanation. Let silence protect your truth when words are unnecessary. This daily act of self-honoring builds a foundation of self-trust, the cornerstone of any spiritual journey. As Carl Jung said, one does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious. That is your task, to make peace with the darkness within, so that your light can shine without distortion. When you do, your presence becomes your power. You attract not through need, but through alignment, not through fear, but through wholeness. And that is when spirituality becomes not something you study, but something you live, calm, grounded, radiant, and completely free. Leave your like and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. And don't forget to activate the notification bell so you never miss new insights on healing and transformation. Type in the comments, "I embrace my shadow and walk in light," to affirm your journey of spiritual integration. 6. The attraction flip. When the empath heals the core wound, everything begins to shift from the inside out. The moment self-awareness blooms, their energy signature transforms into something unmistakably sovereign. Those who once preyed on their kindness suddenly sense that the old access is gone. Their manipulative instincts recoil, as if a predator realizes its prey has grown wings. This is not because the empath has hardened, but because their frequency has changed. Before healing, their aura carried the subtle vibrations of guilt, people-pleasing, and a subconscious desire to earn love through self-sacrifice. That frequency was a silent invitation to the broken and the controlling, to those seeking someone to fix, to feed on, or to validate their emptiness. But the instant the empath integrates their shadow, recognizes their worth, and forgives their past, the entire energetic field recalibrates. What once attracted chaos now repels it, and what once felt distant authenticity, maturity, emotional balance now moves closer as if drawn by gravity. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." This truth becomes evident when an empath awakens to their inner dynamics. They realize that their attraction patterns were not random, but mirrors of unhealed pain. Healing is not just emotional, it's energetic alchemy. When the empath stops vibrating in the frequency of lack, they stop being a mirror for others' wounds. Their presence becomes a frequency of clarity, and clarity is powerful. Those who thrive on manipulation can no longer resonate with that vibration. It exposes their illusion, and so they naturally drift away. Yet this departure is not loss, it's liberation. The empath's energy becomes a light too bright for deceit and a haven for authenticity. The emptiness that follows is sacred space, preparing them for relationships that mirror peace instead of pain. This is the essence of the attraction flip. The empath no longer seeks validation through fixing others, but radiates self-respect and spiritual wisdom. They begin to attract those who meet them in wholeness, souls who are emotionally responsible, self-aware, and genuine. Jung compared the meeting of two personalities to the contact of two chemical substances. If there is any reaction, both are transformed. Once the empath transforms internally, the chemistry of their connections must change. Manipulators sense no reaction anymore. The empath's healed boundaries neutralize their control. Instead, the relationships that now form are based on mutual growth, not dependency. The dynamic shifts from saving to sharing, from draining to sustaining. The attraction becomes an act of resonance, not rescue. This transformation is not gradual, it's instant and energetic. The moment the empath chooses self-awareness, the shift is already in motion. Spiritual wisdom reminds us that energy precedes form. So when your vibration changes, your reality must follow. What you attract becomes an honest reflection of who you've become. Healing the core wound means you no longer live as a magnet for pain. You become a magnet for truth. And as your energy aligns with authenticity, the universe rearranges itself to meet you there. The broken will fade, the balanced will arrive, and for the first time, you'll experience love not as struggle, but as flow. 7. The pitfalls Jung warned about. Carl Jung once revealed that the path of spiritual awakening is not a straight line toward light, but a dance between awareness and shadow, between the soul's expansion and the ego's subtle disguises. The first trap he warned about is the inflation trap, where new insight turns into a crown for the ego. You begin to see through illusions, to understand truths others might miss, and suddenly a quiet thought arises: they're blind, and I see. This illusion of superiority is dangerous because it replaces genuine humility with spiritual arrogance. You start to measure worth by awareness, creating invisible distance between yourself and the world. True spirituality, however, is not about being above others. It's about remembering your shared humanity. The more you awaken, the softer your heart should become. The more you understand, the less you need to prove. Awareness is not meant to inflate the self, but to dissolve it, to help you see that enlightenment and compassion must walk hand in hand. Then comes the withdrawal trap, where the soul, frightened by pain and misunderstanding, begins to mistake solitude for safety. You retreat from people, from noise, from connection, telling yourself it's spiritual protection. But Jung taught that the psyche grows through relationship, that the mirror of others reveals what still lives in our unconscious. Isolation can become a disguised form of fear, a fear of being triggered, seen, or wounded again. Yet it is in those very reflections that the alchemy of transformation occurs. Spiritual awakening doesn't ask you to hide from life. It asks you to meet life with presence. It's not about building walls, but learning how to keep your inner peace even when surrounded by chaos. Protecting your energy should never mean denying yourself the experience of being human. And perhaps the most beautiful, yet deceptive, is the helper's high. The deep satisfaction that comes from giving, healing, and guiding others. At first, it feels noble, even divine. You become the light for those in darkness, the comforter for those in pain. But over time, the need to help becomes your identity, and your worth becomes tied to being needed. Jung saw this as another shadow of the healer archetype, a self that gives endlessly to avoid facing its own emptiness. You begin to fix others to avoid fixing yourself, to love others to avoid truly loving who you are. Genuine service, however, arises from overflow, not depletion. It's when your inner cup is full, when love flows freely without condition, that your energy truly heals. Helping others should not replace your own life. It should enrich it. Each of these traps the inflated ego, the fearful withdrawal, and the overextended healer exists to test your depth of awareness. They ask whether you are ready to live your spirituality, not just understand it. They challenge you to embody balance, to walk as both human and divine. Jung's wisdom reminds us that awakening is not about escaping the world, but about becoming more deeply alive within it. The light you seek is not above your shadow. It is hidden within it, waiting to be integrated. And when you face these traps with honesty, awareness transforms from a concept into a living presence, one that breathes through you, loves through you, and expresses itself as pure being. 8. The integrated empath. A healed empath is love with boundaries, the embodiment of balance between compassion and self-respect. They care deeply, but protect themselves absolutely, no longer confusing self-sacrifice with love or guilt with responsibility. Through spirituality and deep spiritual development, they've learned that empathy isn't about absorbing pain, but about witnessing it without losing themselves. Their empathy has evolved into a sacred discipline, a conscious act of awareness, not an unconscious reaction to others' emotions. They engage consciously, staying grounded in their truth, and choose connection that uplifts rather than drains. Healing the core wound, that hidden belief that love must be earned through suffering, flips the entire energetic dynamic of attraction. Suddenly, what used to pull you toward chaos now repels you. And what once felt boring peace, mutual respect, emotional safety, becomes magnetic. You stop chasing those who mirror your pain and begin attracting those who mirror your wholeness. When your vibration no longer stems from fear or abandonment, you no longer tolerate emotional manipulation. Your energy starts communicating before you speak, silently setting boundaries that words once failed to protect. This transformation doesn't come from isolation, but from sacred solitude, the kind that rebuilds your soul's foundation. In solitude, you learn to hear your own frequency again. You practice shadow work, where you integrate what was once rejected, and creative expression becomes the language of your healing. The healed empath understands that solitude is not loneliness. It is communion with one's higher self. They cultivate psychological integrity by standing still in the storm, learning that presence is their power. The more they embrace silence, the clearer their intuition becomes, guiding them toward alignment rather than attachment. Through this process, every emotional trigger becomes a teacher, not a threat. You begin to see pain as a portal, a chance to reclaim lost fragments of your soul. Integration replaces avoidance. You no longer fear your darkness because you understand it's the soil from which your light grows. This is true spiritual development, the union of shadow and light, empathy and boundary, love and wisdom. The empath who once absorbed everyone's energy now channels it with intention, transforming chaos into clarity. They no longer seek validation, for they've discovered that real love doesn't demand self-erasure. It celebrates authenticity. When this inner alchemy occurs, attraction flips instantly. You no longer resonate with relationships built on trauma. You attract those built on truth. The empathy that once made you vulnerable now becomes your greatest strength, a strategic, conscious force that allows you to sense, understand, and lead with heart. You see clearly, but do not absorb blindly. You love fiercely, but do not lose yourself. You stand as both healer and guardian of your energy, embodying the divine lesson that to love others fully, you must first honor yourself completely. When you finally heal the core wound, everything changes not because the world outside shifts, but because your energy no longer vibrates with pain. You stop attracting what once hurt you and begin magnetizing what aligns with your healed soul. Remember, true attraction is born from inner peace, not need. If this message resonated with you, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss our upcoming videos on healing, self-mastery, and spiritual awakening. When a narcissist realizes you've figured them out, they'll try this. People will do anything, no matter how absurd, to avoid facing their own souls. Carl Jung. When you finally recognize the patterns of a narcissist, you reclaim a part of your power they never wanted you to see. In this video from Spiritual Wisdom, we'll explore what truly happens when a narcissist realizes you've figured them out, how their mask slips, how their control tactics shift, and how you can stay rooted in peace and self-respect no matter what they try. Remember, awareness is your greatest protection. Have you ever noticed someone changing their behavior the moment you saw through their act? Share your experience in the comments. Your story may help someone else awaken to their own truth. 1. The turning point. When you see behind the mask. The moment you see behind a narcissist's mask marks a profound turning point in both psychology and spirituality. It is as if the illusion that once clouded your vision suddenly dissolves, and what you once mistook for love, admiration, or connection is revealed for what it truly was: control, dependency, and manipulation. This awakening doesn't come from anger, but from awareness, the kind that Carl Jung called the birth of consciousness. When you stop feeding their ego, when you no longer react or seek their approval, you remove the mirror that reflects their false self back to them. To a narcissist, this act is unbearable. Their identity is built entirely on external validation, on the constant need to be admired, obeyed, and adored. When your awareness shines light on their illusion, it shakes the fragile foundation of their existence and exposes the emptiness they've spent a lifetime hiding from. At first, they will resist the truth with every ounce of their being. The exposure of their inner void is their greatest fear. And when that fear surfaces, their behavior becomes erratic and unpredictable. They may try to pull you back in with kindness, pretending to have changed, only to switch again into rage or accusation once they sense you are slipping beyond their control. They may gaslight you, twist your words, or play the victim to elicit guilt and confusion. But what you are really witnessing is not strength, it is desperation. The narcissist is not fighting you. They are fighting the collapse of their illusion. Their need to dominate your perception is the only way they can maintain the illusion of power. For without your belief in their mask, they must confront the terrifying truth of their own emptiness. Carl Jung taught that what we deny in ourselves becomes our shadow. And in the narcissist, that shadow consumes nearly all that is real. They build an elaborate personality to escape the pain of seeing themselves honestly. When you awaken spiritually and begin to see through appearances, your light becomes the mirror they cannot bear to face. They project their shame, fear, and self-loathing onto you, hoping you'll carry it for them. Yet this is precisely where your spiritual awakening deepens, when you learn not to internalize their darkness, but to observe it with compassion and detachment. The more you stand in your awareness, the more powerless their manipulation becomes. The dynamic that once bound you together begins to dissolve, for awareness is stronger than control. Through this experience, you begin to understand a deeper truth about spirituality and spiritual awakening. It is not only about peace and love, but also about discernment and clarity. The narcissist becomes an unwilling teacher, forcing you to face your own attachments, your longing to be understood, your fear of rejection, and your tendency to rescue others at the expense of yourself. As you release these patterns, your energy shifts. You no longer attract chaos, but calm. No longer seek validation, but inner alignment. You realize that the true enemy was never the narcissist, but the part of you that needed their approval to feel worthy. When you reach this level of awareness, their games lose meaning. You see their tactics not as personal attacks, but as symptoms of their pain. You no longer react. You respond with stillness. You no longer chase love. You embody it. That is the essence of spiritual maturity, choosing awareness over illusion. What once drained you now teaches you. What once hurt you now frees you. The narcissist, sensing that your light can no longer be controlled, will either retreat or collapse under the weight of their own facade. And though they may never acknowledge it, your awakening has already undone their power. Their illusion cannot survive the truth, and the truth is now living in you. Before we unveil the next phase of this psychological battle, take a moment to subscribe to spiritual wisdom and stand with those who value awareness and truth. Your support helps us share more of Carl Jung's timeless insights on the human psyche and spiritual awakening. 2. The war begins psychological retaliation. When a narcissist feels that you've uncovered the truth behind their mask, they don't surrender. They start a silent but vicious psychological war. Their entire sense of control depends on maintaining the illusion that they are superior, flawless, and always right. When that illusion breaks, they feel exposed and powerless, so they retaliate through manipulation. They use denial to erase your version of events, projection to throw their flaws onto you, and rationalization to make their cruelty seem justified. Their goal is not to find peace or clarity. It's to make you question your memory, your feelings, and even your sanity so that you fall back into their control. You'll hear them twist every truth into a lie that benefits them, turning themselves into the victim and you into the villain, all while claiming they're the ones being wronged. Carl Jung once said, "Everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves." But narcissists cannot understand themselves, because that would require them to face the emptiness and shame they've spent their lives avoiding. Instead, they defend their false self by rewriting reality. They must convince both you and themselves that they are innocent. They will rationalize their actions by saying, "You made me do it," or "You're too sensitive," shifting every responsibility away from their behavior. This psychological retaliation is their way of keeping control without ever appearing to be the aggressor. They will test your boundaries, manipulate your emotions, and distort your truth until you start doubting your own mind. Yet once you recognize these tactics for what they are, something powerful happens. You begin to see through the illusion. The more you understand their behavior, the less control they have over you. This is where your spiritual development becomes your greatest weapon. Instead of reacting in anger or trying to prove your worth, you learn to stand still in truth. Spirituality teaches that awareness itself is strength, and silence can be louder than confrontation. You do not need to engage in their chaos. Your peace becomes your resistance. A narcissist's war can only continue if you keep fighting. When you stop feeding their need for attention and validation, their power fades. So when their manipulation begins, when they deny, project, or blame, you can see it not as a reflection of your failure, but of their inner wounds. Their behavior is not about you. It's about their fear of being seen. You are simply the mirror showing them what they've refused to face. By remaining centered in your truth, you turn their attacks into opportunities for growth. Remember, you don't heal by winning their approval. You heal by reclaiming your peace. When you stop explaining, defending, or proving, you step out of their control cycle and into your own authority. The lesson here is profound. Spiritual development is not about changing others, but mastering your response to their chaos. The real victory comes not through revenge or argument, but through your calm, your clarity, and your unwavering commitment to your inner light. Comment below, "I stand in my truth," if you're ready to face manipulation with clarity and strength. Like this video and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom for more insights on awakening your inner power and mastering the psychology of self-protection. 3. The battle for reality, gaslighting, and mind colonization. When a narcissist realizes you've seen through their mask, they don't back down. They intensify their control in the shadows, turning manipulation into psychological warfare. Their goal is no longer just to influence you. It's to rewrite your very perception of reality. They begin what can only be described as psychological colonization, invading your mind piece by piece until your intuition no longer feels like your own. Through gaslighting, they twist your words, alter the meaning of past events, and plant seeds of self-doubt so subtle that you begin to question your sanity. They want you to lose faith in your inner compass, to see them as the sole keeper of truth. And once you start depending on their version of events, they know they've won, not because you've surrendered, but because you've stopped trusting yourself. Carl Jung once said, "Through pride, we are ever deceiving ourselves. But deep down, below the surface of the average conscience, a still, small voice says to us, something is out of tune." That quiet voice within you, the voice of intuition, is the first thing they try to silence. This form of gaslighting is more than manipulation. It's an assault on your spirit, a slow corrosion of your connection to reality. The narcissist's mission is to dominate your perception, to make you doubt the evidence of your own eyes and the wisdom of your own heart. They replace your confidence with confusion, your peace with anxiety. Every disagreement becomes a trap. Every truth you speak turns into ammunition used against you. And yet, it's not random. It's strategic. They keep you hypervigilant, scanning for danger, walking on eggshells, too drained to fight back. This constant distortion makes you feel like your thoughts are no longer safe, like your emotions are unreliable, and your truth an illusion. But what you must understand is that this is their design: to colonize your consciousness until your mind begins to echo their voice instead of your own. According to the spiritual wisdom of Carl Jung, the greatest war is never with the world, but within the human psyche itself, the war between the authentic self and the false self imposed upon it. Narcissistic manipulation is an attempt to cut you off from that authentic self, to disconnect you from your inner truth and spiritual awareness. They feed on the confusion between what you know and what they insist you believe. But no matter how much they twist your perception, your soul remains untouched, whispering quietly beneath the noise. Healing begins the moment you start listening to that whisper again. When you reclaim your intuition, when you say, "No, I know what I felt. I know what I saw," you begin to reclaim your freedom. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." Seeing through their illusion is your moment of awakening. When you stop accepting their narrative and start trusting your intuition, the entire manipulation collapses like a house of cards. You realize you were never weak. You were being conditioned to forget your strength. You were never unstable. You were being made to question your inner light. And once you awaken to that truth, their power over you dissolves completely, because no one can colonize a mind that has remembered its own divine reality. 4. The outer war, the smear campaign. When internal control begins to fail, the narcissist shifts to what can only be described as social warfare, a battle of perception and reputation. They twist your past, distort your intentions, and turn your most vulnerable moments into weapons. What was once shared in trust becomes ammunition in their new campaign. They begin whispering half-truths and lies, weaving a story that portrays them as the victim and you as the unstable aggressor. They gather allies, what psychologists call flying monkeys, who unknowingly participate in the destruction of your image. Through charm, persuasion, and deceit, the narcissist manipulates these people into believing their version of events. They do not attack you directly at first. Instead, they poison the minds of others so that when you speak the truth, it sounds like noise against a narrative already set. This form of social manipulation is not random. It is deliberate, calculated, and rooted in their fear of losing control. They cannot bear the idea that you see through their mask, that you have awakened to their illusion. In the language of spirituality and spiritual awakening, this is a sacred confrontation between light and shadow. When you expose their deception, you mirror back the darkness they've long denied within themselves. Carl Jung wrote, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." But the narcissist refuses consciousness. They fear the mirror that forces them to face the truth. So they project that fear onto you. The very qualities they despise in themselves, weakness, deceit, instability, are now the ones they accuse you of possessing. What you are witnessing is not just psychological manipulation, but a spiritual projection, an attempt to transfer their inner chaos into your reality. In this war of perception, the narcissist's goal is to isolate you. They want you to question your worth, your memories, your identity. They will use your empathy against you, pushing you to explain yourself over and over until you begin to doubt your own truth. They thrive on emotional exhaustion because confusion is control. Yet in this painful unraveling, something profound occurs. You begin to see the difference between those who truly know your heart and those who only knew the story told about you. The smear campaign becomes a revelation, a process that strips away false connections and exposes the spiritual blindness of those who believed the lies. Isolation, though excruciating, becomes a sacred cocoon for rebirth. When you stop fighting to prove your innocence, you shift from reaction to awareness. You begin to understand that truth does not require validation. It reveals itself in time. The smear campaign collapses under its own weight because deception cannot sustain itself in the presence of authenticity. The narcissist's lies lose power once you withdraw your energy from their game. This is where spiritual awakening takes root, in the quiet strength of knowing who you are without needing to defend it. Peace becomes your protection, silence becomes your weapon, and grace becomes your victory. What they intended to destroy you with becomes the very experience that deepens your wisdom and solidifies your light. Through this external war, your inner world becomes unshakable, and in the end, you realize that their need for control was never stronger than your capacity to transcend it. Leave a like and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss insights that awaken your mind and strengthen your spirit against manipulation. Type in the comments, "I stand firm in my truth," to affirm your power and stay grounded in spiritual clarity. 5. The hoovering phase, seduction and false reconciliation. When a narcissist realizes you've seen through their mask, they shift from rage and slander to a more deceptive strategy known as hoovering. This is the stage where they suddenly reappear, pretending to be remorseful, loving, or broken, hoping to pull you back into the emotional web they once controlled. They might send messages filled with nostalgia, remind you of your happiest moments together, or even stage personal crises to awaken your compassion. It's not love, it's a test. They want to see if your boundaries still hold, if they can still reach your heart, and if the emotional fuel they once drained from you is still available. Beneath their words of regret hides the same hunger for control, masked by charm and feigned vulnerability. They know exactly how to touch the part of you that still believes in the goodness of people, the part that hopes others can change if given enough love. But as Carl Jung wisely said, people will do anything, no matter how absurd, to avoid facing their own souls. The narcissist's sudden transformation isn't an awakening. It's an act of a spiritual illusion designed to keep you from seeing their emptiness. They speak the language of healing, but carry the vibration of manipulation. They mirror your compassion, not because they feel it, but because they know it's the door through which you once let them in. True spirituality teaches you that love without respect is manipulation, and forgiveness without accountability is self-betrayal. You can understand someone's pain without allowing them to make you suffer. You can wish them healing without stepping back into the fire that once burned you. This is where spiritual development truly begins, when you stop mistaking chaos for connection and pity for compassion. Every hoovering attempt is a spiritual exam, asking whether you will fall for the illusion again or honor the strength you've gained. They might cry, apologize, or say they've changed. But remember, these are emotional triggers designed to lower your guard. The narcissist's greatest fear isn't losing you, it's losing control over you. Your silence, your calm, and your refusal to react strip them of the power they once had. What they call coldness is actually clarity. What they call distance is protection. You are not cruel for choosing peace over pain. You are finally walking in alignment with your higher self. The moment you stop responding, you shift the energy entirely. You move from being their supply to being your own source of strength. This is the sacred space where spirituality and self-respect meet, where your boundaries become your protection and your awareness becomes your freedom. Each time they try to draw you back, see it as another opportunity to practice discernment, to stay grounded in your truth, and to affirm that your healing is permanent. The test was never about their apology. It was about your evolution. And every time you refuse to return to the pain you once had to fight your way out of, you step deeper into spiritual development and closer to the peace that can never be manipulated. 6. The final rage, the extinction burst. When every tactic of manipulation fails, the narcissist's mask begins to crack, revealing what Carl Jung described as the terror of the unconscious self facing exposure. This eruption, often called the final rage or extinction burst, is not ordinary anger. It is the ego's desperate attempt to survive. You'll see them lash out in fury, not because they hate you, but because they fear the loss of control over you. Their entire sense of worth depends on your reaction, on your emotional investment, on your fear. When you stop feeding them that energy, when you respond with calm neutrality, their illusion of dominance begins to disintegrate. This is where your true spiritual wisdom becomes your shield. You learn that your silence, your composure, and your indifference are not acts of weakness, but reflections of mastery. As Jung said, everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves. When you choose not to react, you break the mirror that reflects their chaos into your soul. Their rage, though explosive, cannot last. Like a fire deprived of oxygen, it consumes itself when there's nothing left to burn. They may accuse you, twist the truth, or attempt to guilt you back into submission, but none of it can touch you once you've detached emotionally. What they perceive as coldness is actually consciousness. It's you reclaiming your inner peace after years of psychic warfare. The narcissist will scream louder, play the victim, or suddenly act loving again, hoping to reel you back in. But you must see through the performance. Remember, spiritual awakening is not about fighting darkness. It's about refusing to let it enter your heart. The less you engage, the faster their energy collapses under its own emptiness. The extinction burst is the death rattle of their false self. It's their ego realizing that the power they once had over you was an illusion, and your awareness is the light that exposes it. When you stay calm, breathe deeply, and choose peace, you are teaching your nervous system that safety comes from within, not from their approval. Your serenity is the very thing they cannot control, and therefore the thing that destroys their grip on you. As Jung wisely said, one does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious. You've made their darkness conscious, and now it can no longer manipulate you. So when their rage erupts, stand still like a mountain in the storm. Let them flail, let them twist, but do not let them draw you into their chaos. Every calm breath you take weakens their power. Every quiet moment you claim is a declaration of self-ownership. Their fire fades, your light remains. That is the essence of spiritual wisdom, the ability to see through illusion and remain centered in truth. Their world shakes because you no longer feed it. And in that silence, their control ends, while your freedom truly begins. To affirm your strength in breaking free from manipulation, declare your inner power. Comment below, "I rise above the chaos," to honor your resilience and remind others that true peace begins when you no longer feed their rage. 7. The spiritual victory, liberation, and transformation. Surviving this war is not about running away. It's about being reborn from within. You finally understand that the problem was never you. It was the impossible mission of trying to heal someone who thrives on illusion. Narcissists are addicted to control, and their favorite game is to twist your empathy into chains. They build their power by convincing you that your love can save them, while their lies slowly erase your sense of self. But when you begin to see through their performance, the illusion shatters. That's when the true war begins, not with them, but within yourself. It's the battle between your old self that needed to be understood and your new self that refuses to be used. This is the essence of spirituality and spiritual awakening. Not the escape from darkness, but the courage to walk through it and come out with wisdom instead of bitterness. Carl Jung once said, "One does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious." When you face the narcissist's darkness, you inevitably meet your own shadow, the parts of you that tolerated manipulation because you believed love required suffering. But now, awareness becomes your liberation. Every insult that once pierced you becomes evidence of your growth. Every silent treatment that once crushed you becomes a mirror showing how much your peace depends on self-respect, not validation. You no longer chase apologies that never come, because you understand that closure is not given, it is created. You stop explaining your worth to people committed to misunderstanding you. You stop rescuing those who sabotage themselves. This transformation is not about vengeance or pride. It's about reclaiming your sovereignty and protecting your spirit from emotional predators who feed on confusion. As the fog clears, your empathy evolves into discernment. You begin to see patterns instead of promises. You no longer mistake love bombing for affection, nor manipulation for care. You recognize that when someone constantly projects their flaws onto you, it's not your responsibility to carry their unhealed pain. You start asking deeper questions. Does this person honor the truth? Do they seek healing or control? And if the answer is no, you walk away, not in anger, but in peace. This is how wounds turn into wisdom. Pain refines your intuition, teaching you to feel the energy behind words, to notice when someone's charm conceals emptiness, and to trust your body's quiet warnings more than the noise of flattery. Every boundary you set is a prayer to the universe that says, I am ready for peace. And slowly, peace answers back. Your nervous system begins to rest. Your laughter returns. Your heart reopens not to the same people, but to a higher frequency of love that requires no begging, no convincing, no shrinking. This is spiritual power. Silent, steady, unshakable. You realize that the real transformation happens when you no longer need to prove anything to anyone. Your worth is not a debate. Your light does not depend on their recognition. You simply exist in truth, and that truth itself becomes your armor. The narcissist's chaos no longer affects you because you've stopped dancing to their rhythm. You've learned to stand still in your presence, anchored in self-awareness. And in that stillness, you discover what true victory feels like. Not revenge, not validation, but freedom. You faced their darkness and found your own light. You reclaimed what was stolen, your clarity, your boundaries, your sense of peace. You now understand that surviving this war was never about winning against them, but about awakening within yourself. This is the transformation Carl Jung spoke of, where shadow becomes teacher and pain becomes portal. Empathy transforms into discernment. Wounds evolve into wisdom. Pain alchemizes into spiritual power. And through it all, you rise not as a survivor, but as someone reborn in the purest form of truth. 8. The ultimate lesson. Sovereignty of the soul. Carl Jung's timeless teaching reveals that true enlightenment is not born from avoiding darkness, but from courageously facing it. When the mask of the narcissist finally falls and you witness the truth behind their manipulation, what once felt like devastation transforms into initiation. Their destruction becomes the crucible in which your soul is purified. Through this pain, you awaken not as a victim, but as a sovereign being who recognizes that suffering was never meant to destroy you, but to awaken your inner authority. You no longer dance in their drama because you've outgrown the stage. You've risen beyond their illusions and remembered your divine self. This is not a battle of revenge, but a silent ascension, where the energy once used to defend yourself is now channeled into self-awareness, dignity, and grace. The narcissist's chaos was a mirror reflecting your unhealed shadows. The parts of you that once believed love had to be earned, that boundaries made you unkind, that forgiveness meant tolerating abuse. But now you see clearly. Each lie they told taught you the sacred value of truth. Each silent treatment initiated you into the power of your own stillness. Each manipulation showed you where you had yet to claim your worth. Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." And now, that fate has become your freedom. What once felt like betrayal now feels like revelation, for you understand that no one can truly control you once you awaken to your own awareness. In that awareness, the illusion of their power dissolves, and you begin to embody the highest form of spiritual development, the sovereignty of your soul. This sovereignty is not arrogance. It is alignment with truth. It is the unshakable knowing that your light can stand in the presence of any darkness and remain untouched. Spirituality, at its deepest essence, is not the denial of evil, but the realization that it holds no power over a conscious mind. When you stop reacting, when you observe instead of absorbing, when you choose peace over chaos, the narcissist's control crumbles. They can no longer feed on your energy because you have transcended the game. You become the quiet observer, radiant and self-contained, untouchable by the storms that once broke you. And in that stillness, you realize that the greatest revenge is freedom, the kind of freedom that no one can grant or take away. The narcissist loses because you no longer need to win. Your soul has already remembered its throne. Every wound becomes a sacred seal of transformation, every heartbreak a lesson in awakening, and every ending a return to wholeness. You are the living embodiment of what Jung called the individuation process, the merging of shadow and light into one radiant truth. You have walked through the fire, and now you burn not with pain, but with purpose. If you find this content touching your heart, please consider becoming a member to receive more in-depth lessons and direct support from me. In the end, understanding how a narcissist reacts when they realize you've seen through their illusion isn't about blame. It's about awareness and freedom. Carl Jung reminded us that until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. By recognizing manipulation and reclaiming your emotional power, you step out of their control and return home to your authentic self. If this message from spiritual wisdom has helped you see things more clearly, please like this video, share it with others who might need it, and subscribe to our channel. Don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you won't miss our upcoming videos on self-awareness and healing. When the empath stops explaining, peace finally begins. Silence is a source of great strength. Lao Tzu. There comes a time in every empath's journey when explaining, defending, and justifying your heart no longer feels like peace. It feels like exhaustion. True serenity begins when you stop needing to be understood by those still asleep to their own inner world. In this video, we'll explore the moment an empath finally chooses quiet over chaos and understanding over approval. As you listen, reflect on your own life. Have you reached that sacred point where peace matters more than validation? Share your thoughts below, and let's grow together on this path of spiritual wisdom and awakening. 1. The end of explanation marks the beginning of peace. Peace arises the moment the empath no longer needs to be understood, because the need to explain has always been a residue of childhood conditioning, a quiet belief that love must be earned through justification. From a young age, the empath learns that harmony comes only when others approve, that to be accepted means to make everyone else feel comfortable. So they grow into peacemakers, constantly translating pain into understanding, soothing storms that were never theirs to calm. But through spirituality and spiritual awakening, they begin to see that the endless act of explaining was never an expression of love. It was a cry for belonging. The moment this realization dawns, silence becomes the most powerful form of self-love. To allow misunderstanding without fear is not indifference. It is mastery. It is the moment the empath reclaims the fragments of their energy scattered across years of over-explaining and emotional labor. They begin to understand that not every truth needs to be defended, and not every distortion deserves correction. As Carl Jung said, everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves. The empath realizes that the urge to explain often hides a deep insecurity, the fear of being misjudged, unloved, or abandoned. But once they awaken, they see that real love does not require proof. The soul does not beg to be seen. It simply shines. In this higher awareness, peace no longer depends on validation. It comes from the quiet knowing that your heart remains pure, even when others project their shadows onto you. The empath learns to rest in this stillness, to speak less and feel more, to observe instead of react. They start to see that trying to make others understand is like pouring light into a closed jar. It only exhausts you. Through the lens of spirituality, they discover that silence is not emptiness. It is sacred space. It is the field where the soul expands, where the divine whispers louder than the noise of misunderstanding. The more they awaken, the more the empath recognizes how explaining used to drain their life force. Every defense was a small betrayal of self, an energetic transaction where peace was traded for approval. But now, they choose a different path, the path of quiet confidence. Their silence no longer hides pain. It radiates strength. They no longer chase closure because they realize peace was never something to achieve, but something to allow. Those who are meant to understand will feel their truth in the stillness, while those who cannot are simply lessons that taught them detachment. This is the sacred maturity of the awakened empath, to let misunderstanding exist without losing inner balance. It takes courage to stand in truth while others misinterpret your light, to stay calm when accused of being distant or cold. Yet in this very moment, the empath transcends their old identity as the fixer. They no longer seek to heal through explanation, but through presence. They no longer try to convince, they embody. In this state, peace is no longer an outcome. It becomes their nature. Comment below, I choose peace over explanation, if you're ready to let go of the need to be understood and embrace your inner calm. 2. The false virtue of self-erasure. Empaths often grow up believing that love means endless sacrifice, that compassion is proven by how much pain they can carry for others. Yet this illusion only leads them into a cycle of self-erasure, where their worth becomes tied to how much they give, explain, and endure. They absorb other people's emotions, justify every misunderstanding, and constantly over-explain their intentions, all while silently draining their own life force. Carl Jung once said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." But when an empath keeps explaining themselves to those who do not listen, they abandon that privilege. They fall into the archetype of the persecuted healer, the one who bleeds to keep others warm. This endless explanation becomes a subtle form of self-neglect, disguised as kindness, yet built upon fear. Fear of rejection, fear of conflict, and fear of being misunderstood. The more they explain, the more they tie invisible cords to people who thrive on their energy. Real compassion, however, has boundaries. It is not about carrying someone's emotional weight, but about allowing them to carry their own. When an empath learns to stop explaining, they begin to trust silence more than defense, presence more than persuasion. Their energy, once scattered across countless explanations, starts to return home. They realize that spirituality is not about being endlessly available, but about being deeply aligned with one's truth. True compassion flows from clarity, not exhaustion. The moment you stop justifying yourself to those who never cared to understand, your energy shifts. You move from survival to serenity, from reaction to response. You begin to understand that peace is not achieved by controlling others' perceptions, but by mastering your own vibration. This is where spiritual development truly begins. When the empath finally realizes that their role is not to fix or prove, but to be. Silence becomes their strength, boundaries their prayer, and solitude their teacher. No longer chained to the need for validation, they discover a new form of freedom, one where love is no longer transactional, but sovereign. The peace that follows is not the absence of noise, but the presence of alignment. It is the quiet knowing that your worth has never depended on explanation. In this stillness, the empath transforms from a wounded giver into a conscious creator, channeling energy not into pleasing others, but into becoming whole again. And in that sacred balance between compassion and self-respect, they finally experience the profound serenity that spirituality was always meant to bring. Have you ever caught yourself dimming your own light just to keep others comfortable? If so, share your story in the comments below. Your voice may help someone reclaim theirs. And if you're still learning to stop erasing yourself, comment, "I choose to shine," so we can walk this path of self-worth and peace together. 3. Silence as spiritual power. Silence is not emptiness. It is spiritual power in motion. When you, as an empath, finally stop explaining yourself to those who twist your words or drain your peace, you begin to feel an energy shift inside you. Carl Jung once said, "In all chaos there is a cosmos. In all disorder, a secret order. And in silence, that hidden order reveals itself." You start to understand that silence does not mean weakness. It means wisdom. The moment you stop feeding the noise with explanations, those who used guilt to control you lose their power. Silence becomes your sacred boundary, a mirror reflecting truth without needing defense. It is not about being cold or distant. It is about choosing peace over chaos, alignment over validation, and energy preservation over emotional exhaustion. Empaths often carry the burden of over-explaining because they fear being misunderstood. They give endless reasons, hoping to prove their good heart, not realizing that their constant explanations are emotional leaks. Spiritual wisdom teaches that truth does not demand justification. It simply exists. When you embrace this awareness, you begin to hold your silence like a crown. Your calm becomes your language. Your restraint becomes your strength. Those who once thrived on your reactions start to fade because they can no longer feed on your emotional openness. Silence teaches discernment. It shows you who listens to understand and who listens to manipulate. Carl Jung believed that what we resist persists, and through silence, you stop resisting. You no longer chase understanding from those unwilling to meet you there. Instead, you reclaim your inner order, finding peace not through being heard, but through being still. Silence exposes false intentions without argument. It makes people confront the emptiness of their own projections. When you stop explaining, your energy speaks louder than any words could. It whispers self-respect, self-trust, and divine awareness. You begin to realize that peace was never something external to achieve. It was an inner vibration to return to. Through spiritual awakening, you understand that not every storm needs your response. Not every misunderstanding needs your energy. And not every person deserves access to your truth. Silence is the ultimate form of self-mastery. It turns pain into power, chaos into clarity, and confusion into confidence. It teaches you that you don't need to defend who you are when you live in alignment with your soul. The empath who stops explaining is no longer trying to be understood. They are simply being. And in that beingness, peace does not just begin, it becomes the natural state of your existence. 4. Individuation and psychological maturity. Carl Jung's profound principle of individuation reveals itself in the empath's silent transformation, the moment they stop explaining and begin embodying peace. To explain endlessly is to wear the persona, the social mask Jung described as the part of us that seeks approval and safety through pleasing others. The empath, driven by deep sensitivity, has often mistaken explaining for connection and over-understanding for love. Yet in spirituality and spiritual awakening, the soul begins to see that explanation is a defense mechanism of fear. The fear of being unseen, unheard, or misunderstood. True maturity, Jung taught, is born when the self integrates both the light and the shadow, and no longer relies on outer validation to confirm inner truth. The empath's journey, then, is not about convincing others to understand them, but about standing in quiet alignment with who they truly are. When you stop explaining, you reclaim your energy from the chaos of misunderstanding. You begin to realize that not everyone is meant to meet you in your depth. And that is not rejection, it is redirection toward inner sovereignty. Jung once said, "Everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves." The empath learns to see criticism, projection, and disbelief not as personal attacks, but as mirrors of human limitation. In that recognition, the empath evolves from emotional dependency to inner mastery. This is the stage of individuation where peace replaces people-pleasing and stillness becomes stronger than speech. Silence, once painful, now becomes sacred because it no longer hides fear. It holds power. Spiritual awakening brings clarity. You see that your need to explain was never about others understanding you, but about you trying to prove your worth. As consciousness deepens, you discover that your worth never needed proof. It only needed recognition from within. Every misunderstanding becomes a test of your alignment. Every moment of silence, a chance to affirm your truth without words. The empath learns that when you understand yourself, you stop chasing others' understanding. You no longer explain your kindness, your boundaries, or your intuition. You allow your energy to speak where words would only distort. This is the quiet revolution of maturity, choosing peace over performance, self-validation over external approval, and authenticity over adaptation. Through the lens of Jungian wisdom, this transformation marks the merging of the conscious and unconscious, the birth of wholeness. You stand unshaken, aware that explaining is a habit of the fragmented self, while silence is the language of the integrated soul. To embody peace is to live without the need to defend it. To embrace misunderstanding is to understand that not everyone can perceive at your level of awareness. And in that acceptance, the empath transcends the cycle of justification and enters the realm of freedom. This is what Jung called the individuation process, the path of returning to one's center, where the self no longer seeks to be seen, but to be. When the empath stops explaining, they finally awaken into the purest form of power, peace that requires no witness. Don't forget to subscribe for more spiritual wisdom on mastering individuation and achieving true psychological maturity. Your journey toward inner peace begins here. 5. Surrendering to the depths. Empaths often try to stay above the emotional storm, explaining their feelings and actions to be understood, hoping logic can soothe what the heart feels too deeply. Yet the more they explain, the further they drift from themselves. Real peace does not come from being understood. It comes from surrender. Carl Jung once said, "One does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious." And that is the essence of spirituality, to dive into the unconscious, to let the flood of emotions rise and baptize the soul instead of resisting it. When you stop trying to control how others see you, when you stop overanalyzing every feeling to make it acceptable, you begin to touch the sacred silence that lives beneath the surface of words. It is in that quiet space that your spirit breathes again, no longer trapped in the endless effort to be seen, validated, or understood. This is where true spiritual development begins, in the surrender, in the willingness to let go of the armor of explanation and to trust the deep intelligence of your own being. You realize that not everyone is capable of feeling what you feel or seeing life through the same emotional lens, and that is not your burden to carry. Your sensitivity is not a flaw. It is a compass. And when you stop trying to justify your depth, it starts guiding you home. Like water returning to its natural flow, your energy stabilizes when you stop fighting the current. You are no longer afraid of the depth, for you understand that the unconscious of the vast ocean within is not an enemy, but a healer. Its waves do not come to drown you. They come to cleanse you, to release the heaviness of constantly performing emotional understanding. Surrendering, then, is not weakness, but wisdom. It is a sacred act of faith, a choice to trust the rhythm of life instead of micromanaging it through over-explanation. When you surrender, you let silence speak for you. You no longer chase clarity through conversation because your peace no longer depends on anyone's approval. The stillness within you becomes your anchor, and from that place, your presence begins to communicate more powerfully than your words ever could. This is the turning point for the empath, when you stop explaining your heart and simply live it. The noise fades, the anxiety softens, and peace arises like sunlight breaking through the water's surface. You understand that your role is not to be understood by all, but to remain rooted in compassion without losing yourself. The depth of your emotions becomes your sanctuary, not your struggle. And from that quiet surrender, you finally discover that peace was never something to achieve. It was always waiting beneath the surface, in the silence where your soul finally rests. 6. Silence as inner alchemy. Each time you try to explain yourself, a small part of your energy escapes into the air like mist. But silence, in its sacred stillness, gathers it back and refines it into light. Through silence, the empath no longer bleeds energy through endless justification. Instead, their inner world becomes radiant, calm, and powerful. What once felt like emotional detachment is actually transformation in disguise, a deep shift from needing to be understood to simply being. As Carl Jung said, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are, and you can only become that through stillness. Every moment you stop defending your truth, your energy stops leaking. Your silence becomes a container of power, and your peace begins to speak louder than any explanation ever could. When you stop explaining, your vibration stabilizes. You begin to see that silence is not withdrawal, but mastery, the kind of mastery that comes from spiritual wisdom, from realizing that not everyone is meant to hear your truth. The empath, who once carried the emotional chaos of others, starts to stand firm in their own energy, glowing quietly with self-assurance. In the silence, your frequency rises. Your presence begins to heal without words. You start to feel life breathing through you, not demanding, not proving, just flowing. Carl Jung once wrote, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate." Silence is that moment of awakening when you become aware of your inner rhythm, when you stop reacting and begin observing with clarity. As this awareness deepens, you realize silence is not emptiness, but divine fullness. You no longer chase understanding. You embody it. You no longer plead for acceptance. You radiate authenticity. In the quiet, the empath's energy refines into something magnetic, calm, commanding, and deeply healing. You communicate now, not through defense, but through presence, not through noise, but through essence. Every breath becomes a statement, every still moment a declaration of self-sovereignty. The world feels your energy before it hears your voice. And in that sacred silence, your inner alchemy turns misunderstanding into peace, pain into wisdom, and isolation into divine protection. Your silence is not avoidance. It is evolution, the spiritual awakening that teaches you that sometimes the loudest truth is said without a single word. Stay connected with our community of spiritual wisdom by subscribing to Spiritual Wisdom. Here, we explore the power of silence, inner peace, and spiritual awakening. Remember, true transformation begins not in noise, but in the quiet alchemy of your soul. 7. The shift from empath to sage. The empath evolves into what Carl Jung would call the sage archetype, a being who feels deeply, yet is no longer consumed by emotion, who loves without losing themselves, and who helps without rescuing. This transformation is not about shutting down empathy, but about refining it into conscious awareness. It is the moment when you begin to sense everything around you, but are no longer defined by it. You feel without absorbing. You understand without interfering. The once overwhelming sensitivity that used to drown you now becomes serenity. You stop trying to fix people and instead begin to harmonize with life itself. You see that some souls need to experience their own storms to awaken, and by rushing to save them, you would rob them of the very wisdom their pain is meant to bring. So, you learn to stay present without absorbing their chaos, to care without carrying, to love without losing your center. You stop explaining yourself to those committed to misunderstanding you. Your peace becomes more important than your need to be right, and your silence becomes your new form of communication. The calm energy you embody starts speaking louder than any justification ever could. You finally understand that boundaries are not walls. They are sacred edges that protect the temple of your energy. You no longer chase after those who mistake your compassion for weakness, because you now realize that true spirituality is not self-sacrifice, it is self-honoring. Jung once said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." And in this awakening, you finally begin to live that truth. You stop rescuing others from their lessons, allowing the universe to teach what only experience can. Through this shift, you begin to see that every connection is an energetic exchange. Overgiving creates imbalance. Explaining drains your essence. But when you hold your ground with quiet certainty, the energy realigns itself naturally. You stop performing for love and start radiating authenticity. You trust that what is meant for you will recognize your frequency without persuasion. This is spiritual wisdom in motion, a serenity born from self-awareness and emotional maturity. You no longer see peace as the absence of pain, but as the presence of understanding. Your spirituality and spiritual awakening are no longer about floating above the world, but standing firmly within it, clear, centered, and sovereign. You have become the sage who listens more than speaks, observes more than reacts, and feels everything without being undone by it. And in that stillness, you find the quiet miracle that was waiting for you all along. Freedom through peace, wisdom through detachment, and love through wholeness. Do you feel this transformation within you? If you do, claim it now in the comments. I am evolving from empath to sage calm, wise, and free. 8. Boundaries as sacred vessels of love. Love without boundaries is chaos. For when love loses its sacred shape, it begins to consume rather than create. In the path of spirituality and spiritual development, you will come to realize that silence and no are not signs of rejection, but of self-respect, the purest expressions of love that protect your dignity. Saying no does not close your heart. It clears space for peace to enter. The empath eventually learns that boundaries are not walls, but vessels through which divine love flows freely, without distortion or depletion. Boundaries give love its rhythm, its balance, its holiness. They remind you that unconditional love does not mean unconditional access. It means honoring what is sacred within you so that love remains whole, not scattered among those who take without giving. The empath's heart often feels compelled to explain, to heal, to justify. Yet every unnecessary explanation is a silent confession of self-doubt. You cannot convince others of your purity if they are committed to misunderstanding it. Carl Jung once said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." To live that truth, you must stop defending your kindness to those who benefit from your confusion. When you stop explaining, you reclaim the energy once used to prove your worth. You turn that energy inward, and in that inward turning, peace begins to rise like the dawn after a long storm. Silence, once feared as emptiness, becomes your greatest teacher. It teaches that peace is not the absence of noise, but the presence of clarity. Boundaries are love with structure. They protect what is divine in you while allowing others to meet you in mutual respect. Each no you speak from the heart is an act of devotion to your higher self. It says, "I will not abandon my soul for acceptance." In doing so, you transform love from chaos into order, from codependency into sacred connection. You begin to understand that real empathy is not absorbing everyone's pain. It is standing in love's truth without drowning in its illusion. It is the wisdom to know that compassion without balance leads to self-erasure. When you protect your energy, you protect the very source through which love expresses itself. As your spiritual development deepens, you realize that peace does not require explanation. It requires alignment. The empath, who once feared being misunderstood, now cherishes being at peace more than being approved. You stop arguing to be seen and start choosing to be still. You stop performing for love and start embodying it. And as you hold your ground in silence, those meant for you will feel your truth without needing words. Boundaries become the quiet language of self-respect, the invisible aura that shields your light. They are not barriers to love. They are love matured, refined by experience, and sanctified by truth. In this sacred stillness, love returns to its purest form, rooted, peaceful, and divine. 9. Transformation through solitude. After silence comes loneliness, the dark night of the empath's soul. But this solitude is not a curse. It is purification. In the quiet, everything false begins to fall away. The ego loses its grip, and what's left is the soul, raw and luminous. You stop explaining yourself to those who can't feel your heart, and instead, you begin to listen to the deeper voice within. As Carl Jung said, "Who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakens." When you finally turn inward, you realize that silence is not emptiness. It is truth in its purest form, a bridge between the seen and unseen. Your silence becomes prayer, and prayer becomes energy. Every thought, every feeling you once tried to justify, transforms into light. You no longer seek to be understood because you begin to understand yourself. This is the essence of spiritual wisdom, to know that peace does not come from convincing others, but from resting in your own clarity. Stillness replaces speech, and the language of the spirit begins to speak louder than words ever could. You start to recognize that explanation is an energy leak, and the moment you stop leaking, your power returns home. In solitude, your sensitivity turns into strength. The same depth that once made you feel overwhelmed now makes you aware. You see that not everyone deserves access to your inner world, that boundaries are acts of love, not walls of fear. Peace arises not from being seen, but from seeing clearly. The less you explain, the lighter you become, because explaining was never your job. Healing was. You start to see your silence as protection, your distance as devotion, your detachment as wisdom. Jung taught that healing is not about perfection, but wholeness, and this is where that truth begins to unfold. When you no longer need to prove, only to be. Every time you choose silence over reaction, you choose mastery over chaos. You learn that the universe doesn't reward explanation, it rewards alignment. Your energy begins to mirror peace itself, vibrating on the frequency of trust. You stop reaching for closure in conversations and start finding closure in your own calm. We hope this reflection on transformation through solitude has inspired you to embrace the sacred silence where true growth begins. If you're ready to honor your own journey of spiritual awakening and inner peace. Comment, "I choose solitude," below. Your words remind others that stillness can be the most powerful teacher of all. 10. The return to the self. The empath's path is a quiet return to the origin, where feeling becomes the highest form of awareness. Once, every emotion was heavy. Every vibration around felt like thunder in your chest, and you tried endlessly to make others understand what you could barely express. You explained your love, justified your pain, and carried the emotional weight of those who could not carry their own. But the true turning point comes when you stop trying to be understood and begin to understand yourself. As Carl Jung once said, your vision will become clear only when you can look into your own heart. This is where spirituality begins, not in the search for answers outside, but in the still recognition that everything you've been seeking already lives within you. The empath who once drowned in emotion now learns to breathe through it, realizing that feeling deeply is not a burden, but divine communication, a sacred language of the soul. When you stop explaining, something miraculous happens. Peace finds you. You no longer feel the need to defend your intentions or soften your truth for the comfort of others. You stop apologizing for your depth. You begin to see that your sensitivity was never weakness. It was spiritual intelligence in disguise, a higher consciousness working through your heart. You start embodying the energy you once tried to explain. Love becomes your presence. Truth becomes your aura. And compassion becomes your quiet strength. You learn to stay centered, even in chaos, because your peace no longer depends on how others treat you. It depends on how deeply you stay connected to your own essence. In this awareness, you realize that silence speaks louder than explanation, and your energy says more than your words ever could. Every empath must walk through the valley of overgiving to arrive at the mountain of inner power. You stop rescuing those who refuse to rise and begin honoring the sacred boundaries that protect your spirit. You see now that not everyone deserves access to your light, and that walking away is not cruelty, it is alignment. The same heart that once begged to be understood now glows in quiet confidence, radiating serenity without seeking validation. You embody what Jung called the individuation process, where you become whole, no longer fragmented by others' expectations. This is the true mark of spiritual awakening, when your empathy no longer drains you because it flows from divine consciousness rather than emotional survival. You no longer chase love, you become it. And in that becoming, feeling transforms into revelation. You sense the universe whispering through your emotions, guiding you gently toward truth. Pain no longer terrifies you because it has become your teacher, showing you where you once abandoned yourself. Each breath, each heartbeat is now infused with awareness. You exist not as a reaction, but as a reflection of divine stillness. The empath who once suffered now radiates silent love, a calm mirror in a restless world. You understand now that peace is not the absence of feeling, it is the sacred mastery of it. You do not explain love, truth, or pain anymore. You embody them. You are no longer just an empath. You are a presence itself, a vessel of spiritual wisdom, a living expression of divine consciousness. And so, dear soul, remember this. When the empath finally stops explaining, peace doesn't just visit, it takes root within. You no longer need to justify your sensitivity, your silence, or your boundaries. Carl Jung once said, "Solitude is not the absence of love, but its complement." True spiritual wisdom begins when you stop trying to be understood by those committed to misunderstanding you. From that moment, your energy becomes sacred, your presence becomes powerful, and your peace becomes non-negotiable. If this message from spiritual wisdom spoke to your heart, don't forget to like this video, subscribe to our channel, and turn on the notification bell so you won't miss any of our upcoming journeys into the depths of consciousness, empathy, and awakening. Your peace begins here. Choose it, nurture it, and never apologize for it.